My beloved, pause everything for a moment and listen with the fullness of your spirit, because what I am about to reveal carries a weight you cannot afford to ignore. 1 hour from now you will see why I warned you is not just a title. It is the urgency of this very moment pressing against your heart. I am calling you close because you have entered a turning point you didn't recognize, and the next breath of revelation is meant to shift the direction of your entire life. Hear me now, for what unfolds next is meant for you. Listen to me, child. This is not a random moment. I am interrupting your thoughts on purpose. I speak to you now because the hour in front of you carries more weight than you realize, and I love you too much to let you walk into it unaware. You think you are just moving from one ordinary moment to another, but I see the unseen threads, the invisible intersections, the decisions that seem small to you but echo far into your future. You measure time by minutes and seconds. I measure it by what is birthed within your heart through those minutes and seconds. That is why I draw near to you now, why I lean into this very moment and press my words upon your spirit. I do not want you unprepared, wandering into what's coming as if you are alone, as if you must figure it all out in your own strength. You have grown accustomed to surviving, to reacting, to just getting through the day, haven't you? But I did not create you to stumble from hour to hour by instinct and habit. I created you to walk with me, to hear me, to recognize when I am quietly shifting the atmosphere around you. The next hour may not look dramatic on the surface. It may not burst open with lightning and thunder. It might look as simple as a phone call, a conversation, a temptation, a sudden thought, a decision to say yes or no. Yet inside that simple moment, there is spiritual weight. In that one choice, there is the power to open doors or close them, to invite peace or chaos, to step closer to me or drift a little farther away. You see a moment. I see a turning point. This is why I warn you. Not to frighten you, not to make you paranoid. I warn you so that you become aware of me, aware of your own heart, aware of the subtle pull of voices that are not mine. I am not the author of fear. I am the giver of wisdom. When I say, pay attention, it is not a threat, it is an embrace. I am gathering you under my covering before the wind rises. I know how easily your heart can be knocked off balance by a sharp word, a painful memory, a new worry. I know the hidden cracks, the old wounds, the unresolved questions that still sit in the corners of your soul. I see how the enemy tries to time his whispers to your weak moments, how he waits for you to be tired, distracted, or disappointed. And so I step in now, before the hour turns, to steady you. You have asked me to guide you. You have asked me to speak. Sometimes you expected my answer to look like dramatic change, a miracle flashing in front of your eyes. But often my guidance begins like this, a quiet nudge, a holy interruption, a sense that something is different, that something is being stirred, that something is me. I am drawing close, resting my hand on your shoulder, quietly saying, look here. Be careful there. Guard this. Release that. Lean into me. My warning is not a wall to keep you from joy. It is a boundary to keep you from harm. I know where unguarded thoughts can lead. I know how quickly compromise can grow from just this once into a pattern that chains you. Hear me. I am not disappointed in you for needing this warning. I am not shaking my head at you, wondering why you haven't figured it out by now. I am proud that your heart is still soft enough to listen, that you have not completely shut me out, that even in your confusion and weariness you still turn your attention toward me when you sense my pull. This is precious to me. You are precious to me. And because you are precious, I will not abandon you to the weight of the next hour. I am already standing in it, already arranging grace within it, already making a way for you to walk through it with me instead of against me. Stay close, listen carefully, and you will begin to see why I chose this exact moment to speak. Listen closely, because I am reaching into the quiet places of your heart where your thoughts rarely rest. You have sensed something shifting inside you, a kind of pressure that you couldn't explain, a stirring that awakened you in moments when everything around you seemed still. You wondered if it was your mind drifting or emotions rising without cause, yet it was none of those. What you felt was the subtle movement of my hand near your spirit, calling your attention toward what your eyes could not yet see. You dismissed it at times because it arrived without explanation, a tug without form, a heaviness without name. Still, it persisted gently but unmistakably because I placed it there. I stirred your spirit to draw you into awareness, not anxiety, into discernment, not confusion. There were nights when the stirring felt like restlessness, as if your soul didn't fit comfortably inside the routine you built around it. You tried to soothe it with distraction or busyness, but the unsettled feeling returned, because it was never a symptom of lack, it was the sign of my presence pressing inward. I stir you when you drift too close to what could limit you, and I stir you when you stand at the edge of transformation. Though you didn't yet understand the reason, I knew exactly what the stirring meant. It was the first signal that something in your life was shifting toward a moment requiring awareness, openness, and courage. I was not alarming you. I was preparing you. I was tuning your inner senses so that when the next hour arrives, you will not walk through it blind. When you felt the quiet uneasiness, subtle, soft, yet persistent, you interpreted it as something being off. But the truth is that something was beginning. I was giving you spiritual sensitivity, a readiness to recognize my movement when I begin shifting things externally. I draw your spirit awake before your circumstances change so that your heart is not shocked by what your eyes will later witness. You may not always recognize my signals, but your spirit does. It responds before your mind identifies a reason. That inner pull is evidence of my nearness, evidence that I am aligned with the moments ahead of you, weaving wisdom into your awareness in advance. You must understand this. When your heart stirs without clear reason, it is rarely random. It is almost always the echo of my voice brushing against the part of you that listens without words. Your spirit is more perceptive than you realize. It feels the tremors of the unseen long before the surface begins to shift. I have been awakening you deliberately, urging you to pay attention, not to fear but to presence, my presence. Because when the next hour unfolds, you will see why the stirring came first. You will recognize that I was drawing you toward readiness, guiding you to lift your head, steady your heart, and prepare to see something I have been arranging quietly behind the scenes. And when that moment arrives, you will look back and understand that the stirring was not discomfort. It was the gentle beginning of revelation. Pay attention now, because what approaches you carries a significance beyond what your current emotions can interpret. 1 hour from now, the circumstances around your life will shift in ways you did not anticipate. And I want you to recognize my hand within the movement rather than responding from fear or confusion. You often expect major change to arrive with loudness or warning signs, yet some of the deepest transitions step quietly into your path, disguised as ordinary moments. A conversation may unfold differently than you imagined. A decision may present itself unexpectedly, or a door you believed was secure may open or close without ceremony. These shifts are not random interruptions. They are responses to prayers you prayed on nights when you longed for direction, healing, clarity, or breakthrough. I begin aligning answers long before you see the evidence of them, and the hour ahead carries pieces of that alignment. There are moments when you assume life is moving at the same pace, continuing in familiar rhythms, unaware that invisible threads have already begun weaving new patterns around you. I have gone before you into this hour, shaping outcomes that protect you, positioning grace in places you haven't yet stepped into, and clearing paths that once appeared blocked. You may feel tension rise as circumstances change, because anything unfamiliar tends to awaken doubt or hesitation. But the shift that approaches is not meant to push you backward. It is designed to move you toward a deeper understanding of what I have prepared for you. I reveal direction through events, conversations, and sudden clarity because your spirit learns not only through silence and stillness, but also through movement and interruption. Do not resist the subtle changes that emerge. Observe them with a heart attuned to my presence. What looks inconvenient on the surface may be the very moment that delivers you from something that could have weighed you down. What feels like a delay may be safeguarding you from consequences you didn't know were near. And what appears to be a sudden opportunity may actually be the next step in a path I began nudging you toward months ago. I allow shifts to enter your life at precise moments, because timing is a language I use to speak to you. When a door opens sooner than you planned, or a conversation takes a turn you did not expect, do not immediately interpret it through the lens of fear. Instead, slow your thoughts and ask me for perspective, because I can show you in seconds what confusion can hide for years. There will be moments in this next hour when your emotions may not fully understand why things unfolded the way they did, yet your spirit will sense my involvement. You might feel a pause inside your heart or a gentle recognition that something is being rearranged for your good. Trust that feeling. It is not imagination. It is attunement to the deeper reality beneath your circumstances. I have not left you to face change alone. I am present within every detail, guiding you through moments that could either elevate you or drain you depending on how you respond. The shift is not coming to overwhelm you. It is coming to reveal what my hand has already been preparing, and as it unfolds, you will begin to see the first traces of a plan that has been working beneath the surface of your days. Take this to heart, because the intention behind my warning carries the weight of love, not threat. I speak into your life now to anchor you, not to shake your confidence or elevate your fears. You have walked through seasons when warnings felt like signs of danger, and your mind learned to react defensively whenever you sensed caution. But my voice does not mirror the world's version of warning. When I alert you, my purpose is to stabilize your heart, steady your thoughts, and strengthen your awareness before the moment arrives. You often misinterpret caution as a signal to brace for impact, but what I offer is a foundation to help you stand firm when circumstances begin to shift. I do not speak to leave you unsettled. I speak so that your spirit rests securely in truth before your eyes witness change. You have been shaped by past experiences where sudden difficulties left you feeling unprepared, but this moment is different. I am preparing you in advance so that you will not face the hour ahead with a reactive heart. I want you anchored, not anxious. You sometimes worry that warnings mean punishment is near or that you will be forced into moments you cannot handle. But I do not operate through fear-based signals. I am not pushing you away from danger. I am drawing you closer to myself. Anchoring requires awareness, and awareness requires that I speak before the impact arrives. My warnings are invitations into clarity, not announcements of catastrophe. They realign your focus so that you do not misinterpret what you are about to see or feel. Consider how easily your heart becomes unsettled when expectations shift or when something unexpected rises into your day. I know how quickly your thoughts can spiral into scenarios that were never meant for you. That is why I speak now, to stabilize you internally so that external changes cannot control your emotions. Anchoring your spirit means grounding you in truth before uncertainty whispers its doubts. I want you steady. I want you calm. I want you confident in the strength I place within you, not the instability of circumstances. What you will face shortly requires a heart that is not startled by small disruptions or intimidated by sudden turns. When you recognize my presence in advance, your response becomes grounded instead of scattered. You may not fully grasp the significance of this anchoring until the hour arrives, but when it does, you will understand why I prepared you. You will see that peace is not the absence of shifting circumstances. It is the strength within you that remains unmoved while everything else adjusts. My warning is my way of placing this strength inside you before the moment comes. I want you rooted, not shaken, discerning, not confused, assured, not fearful. You may think you need visible reassurance, but what you truly need is internal stability that cannot be taken from you. I anchor you now so that when the next hour unveils its changes, you will stand with clarity, courage, and confidence, fully aware that I already secured your steps before you took them. Listen with intention, because what I say to you in this moment touches the very places where your deepest questions have lived. You have prayed for clarity so many times that the words began to feel familiar, almost routine, yet the longing inside you remained sharp and sincere. There were nights when you whispered questions into the silence, hoping for even the faintest hint of direction. You searched for signs in your circumstances and for meaning in the patterns of your days, and when the answers didn't appear as quickly as you hoped, frustration rose within you. Still, I watched you keep praying, not because you doubted me, but because you wanted to align your heart with something greater than your limited understanding. The desire did not go unnoticed. I listened, and I began preparing an answer long before you realized an answer was forming. There is a depth to clarity that many overlook. True clarity is not simply information. It is the unveiling of perspective. When you asked me for direction, you expected me to show you what to do next. But before I reveal steps, I first shape vision. I adjust how you see yourself, your situation, your relationships, your hopes, and even your fears. I shift the lens through which you interpret what happens around you. That is what I have quietly been doing. I did not ignore you. I prepared you. I positioned your mind to receive insight without distorting it, because clarity given to an unprepared heart becomes confusion. The stirring you felt, the restlessness, and the unusual awareness rising inside you were signs that the answer to your prayer had already begun taking root. In this very moment, I am answering in ways your spirit will recognize even before your thoughts fully understand. The direction you seek will not arrive as a forced conclusion or a pressured decision. It will come with a calm that interrupts your tension. It will feel like an inner shift, a sudden ability to see what was once cloudy. You may not hear a loud instruction, yet you will sense a precise knowing. That knowing is part of the answer you requested. I am not giving you the entire picture at once because your journey requires movement, not snapshots. I will give you enough light for the step in front of you, and as you walk, more light will come. This is clarity, not a flood of information, but a steady flow of illumination. You asked me for clarity because you wanted relief from uncertainty, but what I'm giving you is alignment. I'm shaping your perception so that you can discern what is right, what is timely, and what is unnecessary. I am helping you distinguish between options that look appealing and choices that hold real purpose. You will begin noticing shifts in how you respond to situations. Some things that once pulled your attention will lose their hold. Some paths that once tempted you will no longer feel appealing. Some ideas you once feared will begin to feel possible. Do not dismiss these subtle changes. They are evidence that your clarity is arriving. I am answering, not with a single moment of revelation, but with a continuous unfolding that will guide you securely through what comes next. And as the next hour approaches, you will begin recognizing clarity not as something you must chase, but as something I am placing gently into your awareness, exactly when you need it. Let this sink deeply into your spirit, because this truth touches areas you have silently battled for years. You have taken on burdens that were never part of the story I wrote for you, and they have shaped your thoughts, drained your strength, and shadowed your joy. Some of these burdens came from circumstances you felt responsible for, even though they were outside your control. Some came from expectations placed on you by others. Some grew from wounds you tried to bury, and some from fears you never fully voiced. You carried them because they made you feel capable or needed or strong, but over time they became chains. They weighed you down so subtly that you accepted the heaviness as normal. Yet I watched the way your shoulders tightened, the way your breath shortened, the way your heart grew weary beneath weight that did not belong to you. When I look at you, I see your effort. I see the ways you pushed yourself beyond your limits because you wanted to protect others, prove yourself, or avoid disappointing the people around you. You convinced yourself that letting go would make you appear weak or irresponsible. But carrying what was never yours to carry has weakened your spirit far more than releasing it ever could. These burdens have shaped your identity in ways that were never part of my intention for you. And though you learned to function while carrying them, functioning is not the same as living. You have felt moments of inner collapse, times when you wanted to rest but didn't know how. There were days when you felt surrounded by responsibilities yet emotionally distant from your own life. That distance was never my design. It formed because the weight you carried overshadowed the voice within you, the one I placed there to guide you gently rather than demand your constant strain. I am revealing this now not to expose your weakness, but to remind you of your freedom. You are not meant to absorb the emotional weight of every situation around you. You are not meant to carry the guilt of others' choices or the pressure of fixing what was never yours to fix. I did not create you to be held together by tension. I created you to be held together by me. I am not asking you to abandon responsibility. I am asking you to release what drains your spirit instead of strengthening it. The burden I give you comes with peace, not exhaustion. The load I invite you to carry comes with grace, not dread. You will recognize the difference, because your heart will breathe again when you lay down what never belonged to you. This next hour is significant because it will reveal the weight you no longer need to carry. Some burdens will show themselves clearly, and you will finally understand why they felt so suffocating. Others will loosen gradually, allowing your spirit to regain the sense of lightness you forgot was possible. I am not demanding a dramatic release. I am guiding you into it. When you feel the urge to let something go, trust that it is not your weakness speaking, it is my voice leading. You've carried too much, for too long, but that season is ending. You will soon discover how differently life feels when you carry only what I place in your hands. Pay attention to this moment, because what I am about to reveal reaches deeper than the surface of your understanding. As the hour ahead unfolds, you will begin to see that every warning I whispered to your spirit was never meant to confine you or restrict your choices. My warnings were invitations, subtle doorways leading you toward freedom you did not know you desperately needed. You often interpreted my cautions as limitations, as if I were placing barriers in your path to keep you from exploring your own desires. Yet the truth is that I saw what you could not see, and I called to you not to restrict your life, but to protect the parts of your heart that were quietly suffocating under pressures you carried alone. I stirred your awareness because I knew the roads you hesitated to question, the relationships you clung to out of habit rather than health, and the patterns that wrapped around you like invisible cords. My warnings were not walls, they were lifelines, gently pulling you away from cycles that drained you more than you ever admitted to yourself. As this hour develops, clarity will rise within you like a slow dawn. You will begin to understand why certain situations once brought an uneasy feeling, why some conversations left you unsettled, and why particular choices never felt fully aligned with your soul. My warnings were the soft tremors of truth tapping on the edges of your spirit, urging you to pause long enough to notice what was out of alignment. I was not trying to frighten you. I was preparing you to walk into freedom without dragging old chains behind you. The freedom I am leading you into is not simply the absence of difficulty. It is the removal of what quietly hindered your growth, your peace, your identity, and your calling. You will see how many times I tried to redirect you away from things that appeared promising but carried hidden consequences that would have exhausted your spirit. There will be moments in the unfolding hour when revelation arrives in quiet waves. Old memories may surface with new meaning, allowing you to finally see the truth behind them. Patterns you once justified will appear for what they truly were, barriers keeping you from the wholeness I intended for you. You will begin to sense that the warnings I gave you were pathways, not punishments. They were meant to bring you closer to a place where you could breathe without the weight of pretense, responsibility, or unhealthy expectations pressing on your chest. I am guiding you toward a life where peace becomes natural, not rare. The adjustments happening now may feel uncomfortable because freedom often reminds you of what you endured while living in confinement. But discomfort is not a sign that something is wrong. It is evidence that change is happening, and transformation rarely begins gently. As you move through this hour, the shift inside you will deepen. You will start perceiving my warnings as protection that kept your heart intact, your spirit from cracking, and your purpose from drifting. You will recognize that what you once resisted was actually me writing a new direction into your life. My warnings were invitations into clarity, rest, strength, identity, and purpose. And as the truth settles inside you, freedom will no longer feel like a distant concept. It will become the atmosphere in which your spirit begins to breathe again. Lean in closely, because this truth carries healing for wounds you've hidden beneath frustration and disappointment. You have asked me more times than you can count why certain doors refuse to open for you, even when you approach them with sincerity, determination, and hope. Some of those doors represented opportunities you deeply desired. Others were outcomes you believed would finally bring relief, stability, or fulfillment. When they remained shut, you questioned your worth, your readiness, and at times even your prayers. You assumed the closed doors were signs of failure, yet they were shields placed in front of you with careful intention. I did not withhold them to punish you or diminish your life. I kept them closed because what stood behind them carried consequences that would have drained your spirit or reshaped your future in ways you were not prepared to handle. There were moments when the refusal of certain paths made you feel overlooked or forgotten. You wondered if I had turned my attention elsewhere or if your efforts simply weren't enough. Yet every unanswered opportunity, every delayed outcome, every relationship that didn't progress, and every plan that dissolved held a purpose you could not perceive at the time. You saw a blocked doorway. I saw what waited beyond it. I saw the emotional weight, the hidden complications, the spiritual entanglements, or the long-term pain that would have unfolded if the door opened when you insisted it should. I protected you quietly, even when you misread my protection as neglect. The disappointment you carried for those closed doors was real, but so was the danger I shielded you from. In the hour ahead, understanding will rise slowly, but unmistakably. Certain memories will resurface with new perspective, and you will begin noticing the signs that were present all along, signs you could not interpret before. You will see how some decisions would have altered your path in ways that pulled you away from peace or purpose. You will realize that what felt like a no was actually a redirection crafted with care. I saved you from paths that would have exhausted your heart, fragmented your identity, or cost you more than you could sustain. And even now, as clarity unfolds, you will recognize that my intention has always been to safeguard the calling within you rather than allow it to be smothered by environments not built to support it. Closed doors are not my rejection, they are my redirection. They carry my signature of protection, even when their timing frustrates your plans. You will soon see that each door I kept shut was preparing space for one that aligns with your purpose, your growth, and the strength you have been developing through every season you thought was standing still. What lies ahead requires a version of you that is not burdened by the outcomes you once chased. And when the right door opens, and it will, you will walk through it with a heart that finally understands why I guarded you from everything that tried to open prematurely. Pay attention now, because what I am about to reveal touches the subtle areas of your life that often slip past your awareness. The hour that approaches carries a quiet intensity, and within that intensity, your distractions will no longer blend into the background. They will surface with clarity, making themselves visible in a way that invites you to evaluate what has been quietly pulling you away from the deeper parts of your purpose. You may think of distractions as surface-level inconveniences, yet many of them have settled into your routine so naturally that you have mistaken them for normal parts of your life. These distractions are not merely habits or tendencies. They are places where your attention hath been slowly drawn away from inner alignment. They manifest when your mind is too tired to stay present, when your emotions seek escape rather than healing, and when your spirit senses a calling yet feels weighed down by noise. What is about to unfold will not condemn you. Rather, it will help you see with fresh clarity the subtle patterns that dilute your strength and mute the deeper voice within you. In this approaching hour, moments that once felt harmless will begin revealing the impact they truly have on your spirit. A lingering thought, a misplaced priority, an unhealthy attachment, or a cycle that feels comforting but drains your peace. All of these will rise into your awareness. You may feel an internal tension as these distractions reveal themselves, because part of you has relied on them for a sense of control or relief. But you will also sense that something in you is outgrowing them. These distractions have served as temporary coverings for areas of your heart that you have not fully explored. By confronting them, you will rediscover focus that once felt distant and strength that became buried under layers of busyness. You have poured your energy into things that were never meant to carry your devotion, and although they offered short bursts of satisfaction, they left you spiritually dehydrated. The hour that approaches will uncover this truth gently yet unmistakably. You will not walk into this confrontation alone. As distractions rise into view, I will guide your perception so that you can discern which ones have simply occupied your time and which have subtly reshaped your identity. Some distractions will be easy to release once you recognize how little they give in return. Others may feel intertwined with your life because they have been coping mechanisms, ways you avoided pain, ignored inner wounds, or postponed decisions you did not feel ready to make. I am not asking you to release them through force or shame. I am guiding you to see the cost of holding them. When you understand the cost, letting go becomes an act of freedom rather than obligation. The clarity arriving in the next hour will help you distinguish between what nurtures you and what dilutes your spirit. It will reveal what draws you closer to your purpose and what keeps you circling familiar patterns that no longer serve you. What comes next is not meant to overwhelm you. It is meant to awaken you. As these distractions rise into the light, you will feel your focus shifting. Your mind will become more present. Your emotions will settle. Your spirit will regain strength that was scattered among too many unfocused pursuits. You will sense a growing capacity within you, an ability to see, feel, choose, and respond with intention. This hour will make you aware of the difference between living with purpose and living on autopilot. When distraction loses its power, clarity finds its voice. And as clarity takes root in you, you will feel a calm determination emerging, guiding you toward alignment with the life you were meant to live. Hear me clearly now, because what I speak to you in this moment touches the core of your identity, not the surface of your behavior. I am not approaching you with condemnation or disappointment. My voice is not here to weigh you down or remind you of where you fell short. Everything arising in your awareness, the distractions, the shifts, the inner stirrings, is part of an awakening I am initiating within you. This awakening is not fueled by shame. It is fueled by love. Many times you have interpreted correction through the lens of rejection, expecting any form of redirection to imply failure. But this moment is different. I am not pointing out what needs to change so you can feel crushed beneath the weight of self-judgment. I am illuminating what has been asleep within you so that you can rise into the strength, clarity, and purpose you were always capable of carrying. This awakening begins internally, where your spirit has long been yearning for something deeper than survival. You have gone through seasons where you felt disconnected from yourself, unsure of your direction, or caught in cycles that made you feel stagnant. You questioned whether you had lost something essential, whether you had drifted too far from the person you once hoped to become. But the truth is that nothing within you was lost. It was simply quiet, waiting for the right moment to be awakened. I am stirring parts of you that have been dormant, healing parts that felt numb, and strengthening parts you thought were too fragile to function. This awakening is not a reprimand. It is a reminder that your life is meant for more than coping, enduring, or drifting. You are meant to live with intention, power, and awareness. As this awakening unfolds, emotions may rise unexpectedly. Memories may surface. Old wounds may become visible again. Do not mistake this for regression. Healing often begins with awareness, and awareness often brings to light what you tried to ignore. I will guide you through these layers with gentleness. You will not be asked to face anything alone. The purpose of this awakening is to reconnect you with the truth about yourself, truth that was buried under exhaustion, distraction, or long seasons where you felt responsible for too much. You may feel moments of discomfort as clarity returns to places where numbness once lived, yet through that discomfort, strength will begin forming within you. This is how transformation quietly begins. You will soon notice a shift inside your perception. Situations you once tolerated will no longer feel acceptable. Choices that once felt ordinary will now require intention. Conversations that once drained you will reveal their effect more clearly. These realizations are not signs that you are becoming judgmental. They are signs that you are awakening. Your spirit is learning again to discern what supports your growth and what slowly erodes it. This awakening will give you a sense of empowerment that does not rely on perfection. It relies on awareness, honesty, and willingness. I am guiding you toward a life where your heart responds to truth with openness rather than fear. And as this hour continues unfolding, you will begin sensing a strength rising within you, a strength that reminds you that awakening is not punishment. It is restoration. It is renewal. It is the beginning of remembering who you are meant to be. Listen closely, because what I am awakening within you now is not meant to weigh you down. It is meant to bring you back into the center of who you are becoming. My conviction is not a verdict against you. It is a gentle recalibration that brings your inner world into harmony with truth. I know there are moments when conviction feels uncomfortable, as though something inside you tightens or shifts. You sometimes assume that discomfort is a sign that you have disappointed me or fallen short in ways beyond repair. Yet what you feel is not condemnation, it is alignment. Conviction is the gravity of my presence pulling your heart toward its rightful position. It is the quiet reminder that you are meant for more than half-hearted choices, fragmented intentions, or patterns that limit your growth. I do not convict you to remind you of failure. I convict you to restore your clarity, your strength, and your integrity. There have been times when you ignored that inner tug because you feared what it might ask of you. You worried that listening to conviction meant losing something familiar, even if that familiarity came with frustration, or compromise. But this moment is different. As conviction arises in the hour ahead, you will sense that it carries no accusation. It speaks with gentleness, guiding you away from what drains you and toward what strengthens you. You will understand that my conviction does not expose your flaws, it reveals your potential. It does not point out everything you did wrong, it highlights what is ready to be made right. There is a sacred clarity in conviction, a quiet wisdom that helps you distinguish between choices that honor your spirit and choices that numb it. As this alignment unfolds, you may notice certain thoughts growing sharper with truth. You may feel prompted to reconsider decisions, reevaluate desires, or adjust how you respond to familiar situations. Do not interpret these impressions as pressure. They are signs that your heart is waking up to its own standard, my standard written within you. Conviction is not the correction of a distant judge. It is the guidance of a present Father who knows the exact direction your life must take to bring peace into the places where turmoil once lived. You will begin recognizing that alignment brings freedom. It frees your conscience from the clutter of confusion. It frees your emotions from cycles that once seemed unbreakable. It frees your decisions from the influence of fear or insecurity. The hour ahead will reveal that your growth is not measured by perfection, but by responsiveness. Every moment you listen, every moment you realign, every moment you choose truth over convenience becomes a step deeper into who you are meant to be. Conviction will not crush you. It will clear your path. It will show you where your spirit has been stretched thin and where strength must return. And with each subtle shift in your heart, you will feel something beautiful awakening. The assurance that I am guiding you carefully, lovingly, and purposefully. You will stand in this hour with a settling peace, because alignment always brings clarity, and clarity always brings confidence. This is the gift of conviction. It steadies you, strengthens you, and gently turns you toward the life you were created to live. Listen with an open spirit, because what comes next has the power to transform the way you see yourself and the world around you. In this unfolding hour, I am bringing light into the hidden corners of your mind, revealing lies that settled into your thoughts quietly over the years. These lies did not arrive with bold declarations. They slipped in during moments of vulnerability, exhaustion, heartbreak, or confusion. They disguised themselves as conclusions you reached about yourself, your worth, your future, or your place in the world. Some of these lies told you that you were not enough. Others whispered that you were too much. Some convinced you that your mistakes defined you, while others led you to believe that your potential had an expiration date. I have watched how these lies shaped your decisions, influenced your relationships, and clouded your understanding of what you are capable of becoming. This hour will bring clarity, not chaos. As the lies surface, you may feel a brief sense of discomfort because confronting false beliefs requires honesty. But you will not face this alone. I am guiding your awareness so that these lies lose their power the moment they are recognized. You will begin to see how certain thoughts were never your own. They were burdens placed upon you through words spoken in haste, experiences that wounded you, or assumptions formed when you felt lost. These lies influenced how you interpreted rejection, shaped your self-expectations, and colored the way you viewed every setback. They kept you contained in spaces that were far smaller than the life I designed for you to inhabit. As truth rises within you, the lies will unravel. You will begin distinguishing between your authentic voice and the echoes of fear or insecurity. You will notice how some beliefs once felt permanent, yet now seem fragile because they were never rooted in truth. I am lifting the weight of those falsehoods so you can breathe again without the heaviness they imposed. This revelation will not come with accusation, it will come with relief. You will sense that the lies were not evidence of weakness. They were indicators of how deeply you long for direction, love, and stability. And now, you are stepping into a moment where truth becomes your foundation rather than emotion or memory. You will feel clarity expanding inside you. New thoughts will form with steadiness. Old narratives will fade because they cannot survive the presence of truth. You may even feel a quiet courage rising, a willingness to see yourself differently, a readiness to accept possibilities that once felt unreachable. This is the work I am doing within you, untangling the beliefs that limited your growth and replacing them with truth that strengthens your identity. In this hour, the lies lose their authority and truth becomes the ground beneath your feet. And as this transformation deepens, you will discover that what once felt impossible now feels attainable, because truth always restores strength where lies once created fear. Listen carefully, because what I am unveiling now reaches into the deepest layers of your inner world, layers you've navigated alone for far too long. You have tolerated thoughts that never belonged to you, thoughts that slipped into your mind during vulnerable moments and lingered because you believed they carried truth. These thoughts did not emerge from your spirit. They were planted by experiences, environments, and voices that misunderstood you, misjudged you, or failed to see the depth of who you are. Some of these thoughts settled in when someone spoke carelessly over your life, and you absorbed their words as identity. Others took root after disappointments that left you questioning your worth. Still others formed when you felt unprotected, unseen, or overwhelmed. Over time, these thoughts shaped the tone of your self-perception, creating narratives that whispered limits into your purpose and boundaries around your potential. They influenced decisions, behaviors, and emotional patterns so subtly that you assumed they were your own voice. In the hour unfolding before you, those thoughts will begin to separate from your true identity. You will sense a distinction forming within your mind, like a quiet inner shift that allows you to view your thoughts from a different angle. The beliefs that once felt natural will suddenly appear out of place. You'll begin recognizing the origins of certain ideas, the ones that made you shrink yourself, doubt your abilities, fear progress, or question whether you deserve peace. Many of these thoughts came from pain, and pain often speaks loudly when healing has not yet begun. But I am leading you into healing now. I am exposing these thoughts not to overwhelm you, but to help you reclaim the space they occupied. They were never meant to serve as guides. They were meant to be recognized and released. As clarity rises, you will realize how much energy you invested trying to manage these thoughts instead of questioning them. You tried to silence them, reason with them, outrun them, or drown them in distractions. Yet they persisted because they were deeply embedded in unhealed areas of your heart. But now I am speaking truth into those areas. You will begin to see that you never needed those thoughts to survive or navigate your growth. They were distortions, not reflections of your true nature. You will understand that every lie-based thought diminishes when exposed to truth, and truth is what I am pouring into your spirit in this very moment. There will be moments ahead where certain thoughts rise again, but this time, you will feel the strength to challenge them. You'll recognize when a thought contradicts who you truly are. You'll feel the difference between my voice within you and the old narratives that once shaped your responses. This recognition is part of your liberation. You are not defined by what you once believed. You are not bound by the conclusions you made during painful seasons. You are being restored to the clarity of your true identity. The thoughts that never belonged to you will lose their influence, and your spirit will regain the authority that was always meant to guide your mind. As this hour continues unfolding, you will feel the weight of those borrowed thoughts lifting, making room for peace, confidence, and truth to take their rightful place within you. Stay present in this moment, because what happens next will feel like a gentle but powerful shift within your spirit. As the lies you once carried begin to fade, truth will rise with a strength that does not demand attention but quietly transforms everything within reach. This rising truth will not arrive with force or intensity. It will emerge with clarity, like the gradual light of early morning that reveals what darkness once hid. You will begin to notice this truth taking form in your thoughts, emotions, and decisions. It will feel steady, grounded, and unmistakably real. Where lies once created confusion, truth will bring understanding. Where lies fueled fear, truth will generate courage. Where lies limited your sense of identity, truth will strengthen your awareness of who you are becoming. This process is not abrupt, it is intentional, and it is tailored specifically to your heart's readiness. As truth rises, memories you once interpreted through the lens of pain will begin to shift. You will see them differently, not as evidence of failure or inadequacy, but as markers of survival, growth, resilience, and transformation. Truth will show you that your worth was never diminished by the moments that hurt you, and your potential was never destroyed by the delays you misunderstood. You will recognize patterns that once held you captive and realize that they never had the authority you thought they did. It is not the past that changes. It is your understanding of the past that transforms when viewed through truth rather than distortion. And when truth reframes your experiences, it grants you freedom from old conclusions that once weighed down your spirit. This rising truth will also reshape how you see your future. The limitations you once accepted as permanent will reveal themselves as temporary barriers created by fear, exhaustion, or incomplete understanding. You will begin sensing possibilities where you previously felt blocked. You will feel an openness toward opportunities you once feared. You may even sense an increase in courage, not the loud, external kind, but the quiet inner strength that allows you to step forward without hesitation. Truth carries a confidence that does not rely on circumstances. It springs from alignment with what is real. You will find yourself trusting your steps more, not because the path is easy, but because your spirit is no longer weighed down by deception. As this hour unfolds, truth will continue rising until it becomes the atmosphere in which you think, feel, and make decisions. It will settle into your heart like a foundation, solid, dependable, steady. You will feel more grounded within yourself, because truth always anchors what lies once destabilized. This rising truth will not erase your history. It will illuminate the parts of it that reveal your strength and resilience. It will help you move forward with clarity, because truth does not simply expose what is false. It reveals what has been true all along. And as truth fills the spaces lies once occupied, you will feel your spirit breathing freely again, stepping into a new sense of identity that reflects who you are rather than who pain once convinced you to be. Listen intently now, because what I am unfolding within you reaches deeper than the surface-level strength you once prayed for. You asked me for strength many times, with tears, with frustration, with exhaustion, and you expected that strength to appear as sudden empowerment, as if I would instantly remove every struggle or multiply your abilities in a single moment. But true strength grows differently. Strength is not formed only when circumstances change. It is formed when awareness deepens, when truth enters the places where deception once lived, and when clarity begins to expose the weight you carried unknowingly. Before resolution comes, revelation must arrive, because revelation becomes the foundation your strength stands upon. I am not withholding strength from you. I am preparing you to receive a version of strength that cannot be taken from you, shaken by difficulty, or dismantled by fear. There are areas in your life where you have felt weak not because you lacked ability, but because you lacked insight. Without revelation, you could not see the real source of your exhaustion. Without revelation, you could not understand why certain patterns repeated, why certain emotions clung to you, or why particular situations left you feeling drained beyond reason. You thought the problem was your lack of power, when the truth was that clarity had been missing. Strength built without revelation is fragile, but strength built on revealed truth becomes unbreakable. I have been guiding you through layers of understanding, showing you the thoughts that weighed you down, the burdens that did not belong to you, the lies that shaped your identity, and the distractions that dimmed your focus. These revelations are not warnings of weakness. They are doorways to the strength you prayed for. You will notice in this hour that strength begins taking shape within you in subtle yet unmistakable ways. Your choices will gain intention. Your emotions will feel less overwhelming. Your mind will grow more anchored. These are the first signs of strength rising. Strength does not arrive as mere force. It emerges as steadiness, clarity, resilience, and grounded perception. It forms when confusion loses its grip, when lies dissolve, and when your identity begins aligning with truth rather than fear or insecurity. I am giving you strength by giving you vision that replaces guesswork with confidence, reaction with awareness, and uncertainty with inner authority. This strength is not temporary. It becomes part of who you are. Resolution will come, but resolution without revelation would only repeat the cycle. I am ensuring that when your circumstances shift, your spirit will be strong enough to carry the blessing, the opportunity, the healing, or the breakthrough without collapsing beneath the weight of it. That is why I speak to you so intimately now, because the strength you need begins within you long before it manifests around you. And as this hour unfolds, you will sense that strength awakening, not because everything has changed, but because you finally understand what once kept you bound. The strength you receive now will prepare you for the resolution that follows, and when it arrives, you will stand ready, steady, and deeply rooted in truth. Hear me clearly, because what happens next in your spirit may come with an initial discomfort, and I want you to understand why. Revelation often stirs things before it stabilizes them. When truth begins to rise, it unsettles the layers of assumptions, habits, beliefs, and emotions that were built upon old foundations. You may feel exposed at moments, as if certain realizations arrive too quickly for your heart to process. You might experience moments of tension as your mind confronts realities you never recognized before. This is not a sign that something is wrong. It is evidence that transformation is taking place. I am peeling back the layers that once kept you blind to the deeper truth, and in that unveiling, the unfamiliar can feel overwhelming. But I am not abandoning you to that emotional weight. I am walking you through it with intention. You have lived with certain understandings of yourself, others, and life for so long that even gentle shifts can feel like earthquakes inside your heart. Revelation does not just expose truth. It requires adjustment. It asks you to rethink, release, recalibrate, and realign. At first, this can stir your emotions in unexpected ways. You may feel sadness rise where numbness once lived, courage awaken where fear once held space, or grief surface where you once forced resilience. Emotional responses do not indicate failure. They reflect the depth of your healing. The unsettling feels intense only because your heart is getting reacquainted with clarity, and clarity always disrupts illusions. This moment of discomfort is temporary, and it serves a purpose. It clears the fog that kept you from stepping into the strength, freedom, and understanding that revelation brings. My peace will meet you after the stirring settles. It will not arrive as a distraction from truth, but as the calm that truth creates. Peace is not the avoidance of revelation. It is the result of it. As clarity deepens, your thoughts will become quieter. Your emotions will gain stability. Your decisions will feel less pressured. You will sense a deeper grounding, as though your spirit finally sits in a place it has longed for without knowing why. This peace is not fragile. It is the kind that remains steady even when circumstances fluctuate. It comes from knowing you are no longer living in confusion or illusion, but in truth that supports your growth. Stay with me as the process unfolds. Do not rush away from the discomfort or try to silence the emotions that rise. Let them surface, because each one carries insight that leads to freedom. I will steady you. I will guide you. I will speak to you in the quiet moments when revelation feels heavy, reminding you that you are not walking through this alone. As the hour continues, peace will settle into the spaces where lies once lived, where fear once whispered, and where uncertainty once clouded your vision. And when that peace rests on you, you will understand why the unsettling came first, because truth always clears the ground before peace builds its foundation. Listen closely, because what I reveal in this moment will touch places in your heart that you have avoided examining for years. You are entering an hour where clarity will shine upon the connections, influences, and habits that have quietly weakened you, even while you tried to convince yourself they were harmless or necessary. There are relationships in your life that have required too much of your emotional strength, yet given too little in return. Some of these connections have kept you anchored to old versions of yourself, versions you have already outgrown but felt obligated to maintain. Others have drained you subtly, not through dramatic conflict, but through constant misalignment, tiny shifts that left you feeling unsettled, unsupported, or misunderstood. I am not revealing these things to you so that you cut people away in anger, but so you can finally see the difference between connections that nourish your spirit and connections that deplete it. When you understand the difference, you can begin walking in relationships that build you, not break you in slow, quiet ways. You will also begin to recognize voices that have influenced your decisions without carrying wisdom. Some voices sounded confident, yet lacked truth. Some offered advice shaped by their own fears rather than your calling. Some carried authority in your life not because they earned it, but because you gave it without realizing you were surrendering your discernment. There were moments when these voices caused you to question your direction, doubt your intuition, or silence your own inner truth. I am not exposing them to create hostility or resentment. I am exposing them so you can reclaim the authority of your own spirit. You are learning to discern which voices align with the path I am building within you and which voices lead you in circles of confusion. When this clarity settles into you, you will feel a shift in how you listen, how you interpret, and how you respond. You will start recognizing that some voices never carried the wisdom you assumed. They simply carried volume. Patterns will also rise into your awareness. These patterns did not appear overnight. They formed through repetition in seasons of stress, fear, or uncertainty. You fell into some of them because they offered comfort, even if that comfort was temporary or unhealthy. Others formed because you believed you had no other options. But these patterns have quietly sabotaged your peace, your goals, and your growth. They shaped how you reacted to challenges, and they influenced how you saw yourself in moments of vulnerability. Now, as the hour unfolds, I will bring these patterns to the surface, not to shame you, but to help you break cycles you never signed up to repeat. You will feel the pull of old habits weakening as you gain awareness. You will feel the strength to challenge them when they arise. You will sense that renewal is possible in the very areas you once believed were unchangeable. As you face these revelations, remember this: I am not exposing these relationships, voices, and patterns to leave you empty or uncertain. I am clearing the space necessary for what will strengthen you. This hour will help you understand why certain moments felt heavy, why certain choices repeated, and why your spirit felt stretched thin in ways you couldn't explain. What is coming next requires room for healthier relationships, clearer voices, and new patterns shaped by truth rather than fear. You will not lose anything essential. You will gain alignment, and through alignment, you will discover the life you were always meant to grow into. Listen to this carefully, because it will illuminate what once felt confusing, frustrating, or unfair. There have been seasons in your life where you felt a strange urgency to distance yourself from certain people, habits, or environments, even when you didn't fully understand why. At times, you sensed a quiet nudge to pull back, to let go, or to create space, but the reasons behind these instincts felt hidden. You questioned yourself, wondering if you were being overly sensitive or unreasonable. You second-guessed your intuition because stepping away felt uncomfortable. You worried about the emotional cost, the questions it would generate, or the guilt that tried to cling to your spirit. Yet even when you resisted, that inner pressure continued to return, reminding you that something in your life was misaligned. What you didn't know then was that I was the one pressing gently on your spirit, prompting you to move away from places that could not support your growth. Some people in your life were connected to chapters you have already finished, and keeping them close kept you tied to versions of yourself that no longer fit who you were becoming. Some of these relationships were not toxic in obvious ways, but they were limiting. They kept your spirit confined, your voice muted, and your potential dimmed. Others carried influence over you that shaped your decisions in directions that made you feel smaller, weaker, or more uncertain. I pressed you to step away not because you needed to abandon love or connection, but because you needed room to grow without the constant pull of what was holding you back. Distance was not punishment. It was protection for a future you could not yet see. Habits, too, began to feel heavy as your spirit outgrew them. Some habits were survival strategies from seasons where you needed comfort more than clarity. Others were responses to wounds you had not yet healed. These habits once felt harmless, even helpful, but over time they started to interfere with your ability to move forward with confidence. When I pressed you to step away from them, it was because they were shaping you more than you realized. They dulled your strength, clouded your judgment, or interfered with the deeper healing you needed. Every time you felt the uneasiness around these habits, it was not guilt. It was revelation. It was your spirit recognizing that something within you was beginning to evolve. As this hour continues unfolding, you will finally understand the reasons behind those nudges. You will see clearly how stepping away protected your heart, preserved your calling, and made space for healthier relationships, stronger patterns, and a deeper connection with your own identity. You will realize that the distance you created was not loss. It was preparation. You were not walking away from something. You were walking toward someone, the person you are becoming. And as clarity settles in, you will feel gratitude rising in your spirit, because what once felt confusing will now feel purposeful. You will understand that every step away was a step toward the freedom, alignment, and growth I have been leading you into all along. Listen closely now, because what I am about to reveal will give meaning to some of the most painful moments you've carried in silence. There were seasons when something, or someone, was removed from your life, and you felt the sting of that absence so deeply that you named it loss. You believed you had been deprived of something important, something stable, something you thought you needed in order to feel complete. You wondered why certain relationships dissolved, why opportunities slipped through your hands, or why plans that felt promising suddenly collapsed. You questioned whether you failed, whether you misheard my guidance, or whether you were being punished. Yet all along, I was shielding you from what would have harmed your spirit. You called it loss only because you could not yet see how much damage staying connected to those situations would have caused. What you mourned was the idea of what you hoped those things could become, not the reality of what they truly were. In moments where you felt abandoned, I was actually stepping in to prevent deeper wounds. Some relationships were built on fragile foundations that would have eventually cracked beneath your feet. Some opportunities were shaped by motives or expectations that would have drained you over time. Some environments you longed to remain in were places where your growth would have been stunted, your voice diminished, where your purpose suffocated. You saw comfort in those places because they were familiar, but familiarity is not the same as safety. I intervened not to break your heart, but to guard it. What left your life did not leave because you were unworthy. It left because it could not travel with you into the next chapter of your becoming. As you move deeper into this hour of revelation, you will begin to see the truth behind past disappointments. You will remember moments you once prayed to preserve and realize they would have trapped you had they remained. You will understand why I did not allow certain relationships to continue, even though you begged for restoration. You will recognize the strain those connections brought, the identity they distorted, or the unhealthy patterns they subtly reinforced. What once felt like a painful tearing was actually a careful separation, removing you from what could not nurture your future. I was rescuing you from unseen storms, hidden motives, and cycles that would have drained your spirit long before you reached the fullness of your calling. This understanding will not come with bitterness. It will arrive with peace. You will begin to see my hand in moments you once resented. You will realize I was not taking from you. I was making room for what would one day strengthen you. The relationships, opportunities, or dreams that left did not leave to punish you. They left to protect you. And as that truth settles into your heart, you will no longer view your past through the lens of loss. You will see that every separation was a form of rescue, every ending was an act of mercy, and every unanswered prayer was a shield placed over your soul. This hour will show you that what you lost was not your future, it was what blocked your future. And once you understand that, gratitude will slowly replace the sorrow that once ruled your memory. Pay attention here, because what I reveal now will help you distinguish truth from illusion in ways that will reshape how you navigate your life moving forward. As this hour unfolds, you will begin recognizing the difference between what you wanted and what was truly meant for you. You will see the difference between connections that felt comforting and connections that were actually constructive. You will understand the difference between opportunities that spark your imagination and opportunities that strengthen your purpose. You will sense the difference between what drained you quietly and what nourished your spirit even in small ways. This clarity is not arriving to overwhelm you. It is arriving to empower you, because you can only grow when you understand what supports your growth and what hinders it. There were moments in the past where everything blurred together. You struggled to separate emotional attachment from true alignment. You mistook intensity for intimacy, familiarity for compatibility, and temporary relief for long-term peace. You had difficulty discerning whether a door was closing because it was harmful or because it required perseverance. You weren't wrong for struggling with these distinctions. Your heart was trying to navigate seasons without the clarity you now possess. But in this hour, the fog will lift. You will begin noticing subtle differences you never saw before. Differences in tone, intention, energy, and spiritual effect. You will recognize which relationships inspire growth and which ones pull you backward. You will discern which habits sharpen your focus and which ones scatter your strength. You will understand why certain opportunities held potential on the surface yet left your spirit uneasy. This recognition will not come through sudden judgment, but through quiet awareness. You will feel a shift inside your spirit, a calm understanding, a sense of knowing, an internal alignment that lets you sense the truth without forcing the conclusion. When something is right for you, peace will accompany it. When something is wrong for you, your spirit will no longer tolerate it the way it once did. Misalignment will feel heavier. Dishonesty will reveal itself more quickly. False motives will become easier to detect. And even your own patterns will show themselves with more clarity, allowing you to break cycles you once fell into unconsciously. Do not fear this increased discernment. It is a gift. With recognition comes empowerment. With empowerment comes healing. With healing comes freedom. I am teaching you to see beyond appearances so that you do not repeat experiences that wounded you, drained you, or delayed your growth. You will begin making decisions not out of fear, obligation, or habit, but out of alignment, truth, and inner stability. This clarity will help you honor your heart, protect your peace, and walk confidently into the life I have been preparing inside you. And as the hour continues unfolding, you will realize that recognizing the difference is not just wisdom, it is liberation. Listen carefully, because what I am revealing now explains why so many moments in your life felt like delays, pauses, or slow, grinding stretches of waiting. You wondered why progress felt restrained, why certain breakthroughs seemed just beyond reach, and why your spirit sensed movement even when nothing around you appeared to change. What you did not see was the quiet preparation unfolding beneath the surface. I have been strengthening you, shaping your character, and expanding your discernment so that when acceleration arrives, and it will, it does not overwhelm you or pull you into directions that compromise your growth. Acceleration is not merely speed, it is multiplied momentum. And momentum without clarity can lead to decisions made too quickly, relationships formed too loosely, or commitments accepted too carelessly. I have not withheld progress from you. I have prepared you for it so that when the pace increases, you remain steady rather than scattered. There are areas in your life where you once longed for rapid change without understanding that your foundation still needed strengthening. You prayed for opportunities that would have collapsed under the weight of underdeveloped confidence. You hoped for doors that required emotional stability you had not yet built. You desired elevation into spaces where your spirit still carried unhealed wounds that could have magnified under pressure. Acceleration exposes what lies beneath, which is why I allowed the slower seasons to shape you from within. You were growing in ways you could not measure, gaining resilience, understanding, humility, discernment, and sensitivity to my guidance. These qualities are not optional in seasons of acceleration, they are essential. Without them, momentum becomes chaos and opportunity becomes burden. In this hour, your spirit will begin sensing that acceleration is near. You will feel a change in your internal pace before it manifests externally. Ideas will flow more easily, decisions will become clearer, and doors that once resisted will begin opening with less effort. Yet with this momentum comes a need for awareness. Awareness is the guardrail that keeps acceleration aligned with purpose. It helps you recognize opportunities that are truly meant for you and avoid the ones that only appear beneficial on the surface. Awareness keeps you rooted when excitement tries to pull you into impulsive choices. It allows you to move quickly without losing yourself in the movement. I am aligning your inner world so that your external world did not outrun your spirit. You will notice that your intuition grows sharper in this season. You will sense when something is right without forcing clarity. You will recognize when something is wrong without needing proof. This awareness is my gift to you. It ensures that your acceleration becomes advancement rather than distraction. Do not fear the pace that is coming. Fearlessness is rising within you as part of the preparation. You are being equipped to handle expansion without collapsing under its weight. And as this hour unfolds, you will understand why I took such great care in preparing you. Acceleration will not destroy you. It will reveal the strength, maturity, and understanding that I have been building inside you all along. Listen to me with depth now, because the shift you are approaching will require a steadiness that cannot be found in your emotions alone. I am about to move you faster than you're accustomed to, doors opening in unexpected timing, opportunities appearing without long stretches of waiting, connections forming that feel divinely orchestrated, and clarity arriving with an intensity that cuts through confusion. This momentum is not accidental. It is purposeful, precise, and designed to align with the growth you have embraced. But with faster movement comes the need for a stronger anchor. If your spirit is not grounded, momentum can lift you off center, overwhelm your decision-making, and invite pressures that your heart is not equipped to carry alone. I am not warning you to frighten you. I am grounding you so that the acceleration becomes a blessing instead of a burden. There will be moments when the speed of change surprises you. You may feel excitement mixed with unfamiliarity, because what once took months may begin happening in days. What once felt stagnant may suddenly shift into motion. Yet even in the excitement, your spirit must stay connected to my voice. Without grounding, momentum becomes noise. Without grounding, open doors become distractions. Without grounding, rapid change fuels anxiety rather than hope. But when you root yourself in me, my presence, my wisdom, my peace, you will navigate acceleration with clarity and calm. You will remain stable even when things move quickly. You will be able to discern what is meant for you, what is simply available, and what is designed to test your focus. Being grounded in me means allowing my peace to steady you when opportunities arise unexpectedly. It means returning to my guidance when your mind feels pulled in multiple directions. It means remembering who you are and whose you are, even when success or recognition tries to reshape your identity. You will encounter moments where momentum tempts you to say yes to everything, but grounding will help you say yes only to what aligns with your purpose. You will feel confidence rising within you, not the kind that exhausts you by pushing forward in your own strength, but the kind that carries you with assurance, because you know I am guiding each step. In this hour, grounding will not feel restrictive. It will feel like safety. You will sense an inner stability that allows you to move boldly without losing direction. You will notice that your spirit feels more centered, your thoughts more focused, and your decisions more deliberate. This is the preparation you need for the pace ahead. And as acceleration begins, you will understand why I warned you. Not because danger was ahead, but because destiny was. You are stepping into a season where momentum amplifies everything: your potential, your influence, your calling, and your growth. But only when you stay grounded in me will that momentum lift you upward rather than pull you apart. Pay attention here, because what I am about to uncover will reshape the way you interpret your priorities, desires, and daily habits. There are things in your life that you have treated as essential, obligations you felt you could not release, responsibilities you believed were yours alone, and routines that seemed harmless but quietly consumed your time and emotional capacity. These distractions blended into your life so seamlessly that you mistook them for necessities. They disguised themselves as important tasks, meaningful commitments, or helpful comforts, yet behind their familiar appearance, they were draining your focus, fragmenting your attention, and pulling you away from the deeper work I have been doing in your spirit. In the next stretch of this hour, I will bring these disguised distractions into the light, not to shame you, but to free you from the invisible weight they have placed on your soul. None of these distractions come from the You felt responsible for maintaining relationships, habits, or roles that kept peace on the surface but exhausted you underneath. You said yes out of obligation, even when your heart whispered no. You carried burdens that were never yours because you assumed someone needed you to hold them. But these expectations were not necessities. They were distractions that demanded time, energy, and emotional investment at the cost of your peace and purpose. When you see them clearly, you will realize how often you sacrificed your own clarity for the comfort of others. This awareness is not meant to harden you. It is meant to help you discern where your compassion has been misused and where your loyalty has been misplaced. Other distractions are internal: thought patterns, emotional loops, or coping mechanisms that once helped you survive difficult seasons but no longer serve where you are going. They disguised themselves as familiar routines that kept you stable, but the stability they offered was shallow, temporary, and limiting. These habits became such normal parts of your life that you forgot they were optional. Some of them kept you so busy that you had no space left for reflection or spiritual awareness. Some kept you numb enough to avoid pain but also prevented healing. As I highlight these internal distractions, you will feel a gentle but powerful shift, an invitation to release what has overstayed its purpose. When these disguised distractions rise into your awareness, you may initially feel surprised by how deeply they influenced your decisions and emotional patterns. But as clarity settles in, you will feel a sense of freedom emerging. You will realize that not everything that demanded your attention deserved it. You will notice that your spirit breathes more freely when your focus is no longer scattered across things that do not contribute to your growth. You will become more intentional with your time, your energy, and your emotional space. And as you begin letting go of these disguised distractions, room will open within you. Room for peace, room for vision, room for purpose, and room for deeper connection to my voice. This is not a loss, it is liberation. Listen deeply now, because this revelation will touch the heart of your relationship with me in a way that invites tenderness rather than shame. There have been seasons in your life where you equated constant activity with progress. You filled your days with tasks, responsibilities, and endless movement, believing that productivity equaled purpose. But beneath the surface of your busy life, your spirit longed for quiet, for stillness, for connection that was not built on performance. Busyness as a way of making you feel accomplished, yet it can quietly steal the space your heart needs to hear me clearly. In the upcoming moments of this hour, you will begin recognizing that many of your distractions were not rooted in rebellion, but in pace. Pace that outgrew your peace. Pace that demanded more from you than your spirit was designed to sustain. Noise does not always sound loud. Sometimes it is the constant chatter of your mind replaying worries. Sometimes it is the subtle pressure to meet expectations that were never yours. Sometimes it is the emotional weight of unresolved pain sitting beneath your thoughts like an undercurrent. And sometimes noise comes from the endless stream of information, entertainment, or stimulation that fills the quiet spaces where my whisper once lived. You did not intentionally push me aside. Life simply became louder than your spirit could handle. When noise increases, my whisper does not disappear. It simply becomes harder for you to recognize. I have been speaking, guiding, nudging, and comforting you. But busyness and noise created a filter that made my presence feel distant even when I stood close. In this hour, you will begin recognizing how the pace of your life eclipsed the intimacy your heart has been craving. You will see that the moments you felt spiritually disconnected were not signs that I withdrew, only signs that you were overwhelmed. When you slow your pace, you will notice my nearness again. When you quiet your internal noise, your spirit will detect the subtle warmth of my whisper. This whisper carries direction, comfort, wisdom, and alignment. It carries reminders of who you truly are, not who circumstances tried to shape you into. My whisper reveals truth that your mind could not discover through noise. As you become aware of the difference between activity and intimacy, you will feel a shift stirring within you. You will begin to reclaim moments of stillness, not as a discipline, but as a necessity. You will notice that your spirit feels grounded when your mind is not cluttered. You will experience rest that is more than sleep and peace that is more than silence. And as intimacy returns, my whisper will grow clearer, guiding you in ways that feel deeply personal and unmistakably gentle. You will discover that I never needed grand gestures from you, only your willingness to sit with me without rushing, without noise, without pressure. And as the noise fades and the intimacy strengthens, you will feel your spirit reconnect to the place where clarity, peace, and purpose flow effortlessly from my presence into your life. Listen closely now, because what I want to do within you in this moment requires your permission, not your perfection. You have lived with so much noise, outer noise from responsibilities and expectations, inner noise from thoughts that spiral without pause, that you've forgotten what it feels like to breathe freely inside your own soul. Noise has settled over your life like a constant hum, so familiar that silence feels unnatural, even uncomfortable. Yet deep within you, beneath all the anxieties and distractions, there is a longing to hear me again, not in fragments, not in echoes, but in clarity. I am ready to quiet the noise for you, but this kind of quieting is not forced. It is received. It begins in the places where you finally stop fighting yourself long enough to let me gently calm the waves that have been crashing inside you for far too long. You often think the noise must be silenced through effort, by fixing everything, controlling everything, or solving every tension before you can rest. But noise is not quieted by force. It is quieted by surrender. I am not asking you to escape your life or abandon your responsibilities. I am inviting you to let me enter the places where your thoughts run without restraint. When you allow me into those places, I bring a kind of calm that doesn't depend on external stillness. I bring a quiet that settles your inner world even in the midst of movement. You have tried to find silence by stepping away from the busyness around you, but the real noise has always been within you, and that is where my presence wants to meet you now. You will begin to feel this quieting as a soft shift within you before it ever shows up in your surroundings. It might feel like a deeper breath you didn't realize you needed. It might feel like a loosening in places where you've been tight for years. It might feel like a moment where your thoughts finally stop racing long enough for peace to touch them. This quieting will not remove every challenge from your life, but it will remove the frantic energy that made those challenges feel heavier than they truly were. As I quiet the noise, shame loses its volume, anxiety loses its grip, fear loses its urgency, and truth becomes audible again. Truth about who you are, what matters, and what I am shaping within you. Allow me to quiet the noise by trusting that you don't have to carry every thought to resolution. You don't have to replay every scenario. You don't have to predict every outcome. You don't have to prepare for every possibility. When you release control, even just for a moment, you create space within yourself for my peace to operate. And my peace is not fragile. It is not threatened by storms. It arrives with authority, settling over you like a steady hand reassuring your heart. As the noise subsides, you will notice clarity rising in the spaces where confusion once lived. You will hear me again, not shouting over the chaos, but whispering into the quiet you have made room for. If you let me, I will silence the loudest parts of your worry. I will soften the sharp edges of your thoughts. I will quiet the emotional storms that steal your rest. And in that stillness, you will not feel empty. You will feel held. You will feel guided. You will feel seen. This is the hour where noise loses its throne and peace becomes your new atmosphere, not because you forced it, but because you allowed me to bring it to you. Lean into this moment with honesty, because what I am about to show you is not meant to expose weakness, but to illuminate where your spirit has been standing. As this hour unfolds, circumstances will reveal the true foundation of your faith, not to judge you, but to guide you. Faith is not measured when life feels predictable. It is measured in the moments when the ground beneath you begins to shift. This hour will bring subtle changes, challenges, or emotional stirrings that help you see what parts of your faith were built on certainty, comfort, routine, or control. These are the sand-like places, shifting, unstable, easily influenced by circumstances, Yet within you there are also places built on rock, places formed through resilience, truth, surrender, and deep trust in my presence even when nothing made sense. You may not know which is which until this hour reveals them. Shifting sand looks like confidence rooted in predictability. When your peace depends on familiar outcomes, easy paths, or situations aligning exactly as you hoped. When anything disrupts that predictability, anxiety rushes in, and your sense of stability shakes. This hour may reveal those fragile places not to shame you, but to strengthen you. I want you to see where fear has been influencing your faith, where doubt has been shaping your choices, and where uncertainty has been masquerading as humility. When these places come into the light, you will understand why certain moments in your life felt so destabilizing. It wasn't because you lacked strength. It was because your strength was standing on ground that could not support the weight of your calling. Solid rock, however, is built through encounters with truth, moments where you trusted me even when you did not understand my timing, my silence, or my redirection. Rock is formed when you learn to let go of what you could not control. It was formed in seasons where you survived what you thought would break you. It grew in the quiet battles you fought when no one else knew your tears. These are the parts of your faith that will hold firm in the hour unfolding now. When life shifts, the rock within you will not. You will feel clarity in places that once held confusion. You will feel calm where panic once lived. You will sense a quiet strength rising where insecurity once dictated your decisions. This hour is not a test, it is an unveiling. It will show you which parts of your faith need reinforcement and which parts are already unshakable. When the shifting sand reveals itself, do not feel discouraged. Awareness is the beginning of transformation. I will help you move from fragility to strength, from uncertainty to confidence, from surface faith to rooted faith. And as the solid rock within you becomes more apparent, you will realize that you are stronger than you believed, steadier than you imagined, and more grounded than the storms of your past ever allowed you to see. This hour will not break you. It will show you exactly where I am ready to build you next. Listen carefully now, because what you discover in this hour may stir emotions you weren't expecting, and I want you to feel my presence woven into every part of that discovery. When revelation shows you the places where your faith has felt unstable, where your emotions shook, where your thoughts scattered, where your confidence wavered, it can be tempting to slip into discouragement or self-blame. But I tell you plainly, there is no need to fear what you uncover. Revelation is not a spotlight on your weakness. It is a blueprint for restoration. If you see areas built on shifting sand, that does not mean you are failing. It means you are finally seeing clearly. And clarity is never punishment. It is the doorway to rebuilding. When sand reveals itself, my intention is not to condemn but to construct, not to shame but to strengthen. I do not watch your unstable moments with judgment. I approach them with the eyes of a builder who knows exactly how to reinforce what has been fragile, misplaced, or shaken by life's pressures. You have been hard on yourself in ways I never asked you to be. You assumed that having areas of doubt or emotional instability meant you were spiritually insufficient or disappointing to me. But the truth is that every soul carries both rock and sand within it. No one begins fully grounded. Foundations are built, not inherited. And much of what you interpret as weakness is simply the result of carrying burdens without support, navigating seasons without guidance, or enduring experiences that taught you to survive rather than trust. When I reveal the sand, I am revealing the places where you have tried to hold everything together alone. These are the areas where fear, insecurity, or exhaustion shaped your reactions. They are not signs of spiritual failure. They are places where you need healing, truth, and my steadying presence. You may feel vulnerable when these places come to light. You may feel exposed, as though old doubts or patterns are resurfacing in ways you hoped were long gone. Yet vulnerability is not danger, it is access. It is the moment where my hand can reach the places you once guarded too tightly. It is the moment where you allow me to rebuild what life eroded. When you see the sand, do not retreat into self-criticism or isolation. Lean in. This is where reconstruction begins. I rebuild foundations through truth, through inner clarity, through emotional healing, through renewed identity, and through the quiet strengthening that takes place when your spirit rests in my presence instead of striving on its own. I want you to understand that rebuilding is not a judgment on your past. It is an investment in your future. You are not a broken project. I see you as a sacred structure worth reinforcing. I am patient with the process, and I want you to be patient with yourself. There is no revelation you could uncover that would make me step back from you. In fact, the very places where you discover weakness are the places where my strength settles most deeply. When you feel your foundation shifting, know that I am already kneeling beside you, ready to rebuild with wisdom, care, and unshakable love. And by the time this rebuilding is complete, the very areas where you once felt unstable will become the strongest, most grounded parts of your spirit. Listen closely again, because what I am saying now reaches straight into the longing you have carried for so long, the longing for breakthrough, change, advancement, relief, and new beginnings. You have cried out for these things with sincerity. You have prayed for doors to open, circumstances to shift, and burdens to lift. But you could not see what I saw, that the breakthrough you desire must rest on something stable enough to sustain it. Breakthrough is not just a moment of change. It is a responsibility. It carries weight. It stretches your capacity. It increases your influence, your visibility, your decisions, your vulnerability, and your opportunities. If the foundation beneath you remains fragile, built on sand shaped by old wounds, lies, fears, or unhealed patterns, then breakthrough would become pressure rather than blessing. It would magnify weakness instead of elevating strength. I did not deny your breakthrough. I delayed it so that it would not collapse the moment it arrived. There were times when you looked at others receiving what you longed for and wondered if I had forgotten you. You questioned my timing, my silence, and my methods. But I was not withholding, I was fortifying. I was reinforcing the parts of you that needed strength so that your breakthrough would not harm you, overwhelm you, or push you into a pace you were not ready to sustain. I warned you because I love you too deeply to give you something prematurely. A blessing given too soon becomes a burden. A breakthrough without stability becomes chaos. And I never planned for your answered prayers to crush you. I planned for them to elevate you. This is why revelation preceded release. It is why clarity arrived before acceleration. It is why I exposed distractions, lies, patterns, relationships, and internal noise before opening the next door. Every warning I gave was preparing the ground beneath your feet. I was not blocking your future. I was strengthening the version of you who would walk into it. And though the process felt slow, painful, or confusing, it was laying the foundation required for you to carry what you have asked me for without shaking under its weight. Breakthrough will come, but not before your spirit becomes steady enough to hold it. And you are closer now than you realize. With every layer revealed, every burden lifted, and every truth embraced, your foundation grows stronger. You are becoming someone who can sustain blessing without losing balance, someone who can carry responsibility without collapsing, someone who can receive answered prayers without being rattled by them. And as this hour continues unfolding, you will understand that my warnings were not barriers. They were blueprints. They were the instructions necessary for the breakthrough you long for to finally have a place to land. Listen with your whole heart now, because what I am about to uncover will explain why certain seasons of your life felt heavier than they should have, and why your energy seemed to drain in ways you couldn't fully understand. You have been fighting battles that were never yours to fight. Some of these battles came from a sincere desire to help, fix, or support others, and you believed that stepping in was the right thing to do. Other battles arose from old wounds that made you feel responsible for outcomes you could never control. And some battles formed from fears that convinced you that if you didn't hold everything together, everything would fall apart. Not every struggle you stepped into was a calling. Some were responses to pressure, expectation, guilt, or loyalty. And while your intentions were noble, the weight was never yours to carry. When you fight battles that do not belong to you, exhaustion becomes your companion, discouragement grows unchecked, and your spirit becomes burdened in ways I never intended. I am now gently revealing the difference between the battles that build you and the battles that break you. There have been moments when you prayed for strength without realizing the battle itself was misplaced. You asked me for endurance when what you needed was release. You pleaded for clarity while standing in situations that were not aligned with your purpose, and so clarity could not come. You fought for peace in relationships I was calling you to walk away from, and you fought for solutions in circumstances that only I could resolve. You stepped into emotional storms to protect others, forgetting that some storms are meant to teach them what only experience can teach. And while you were trying to shield them, you were weakening yourself. These misplaced battles created internal conflict. Your heart tried to be strong, but your spirit felt drained. Your intentions were good, but your peace was slipping. You knew something felt off, but you couldn't articulate it. This is why I'm speaking now, to help you understand that not every battle requires your sword. Some battles are meant for me alone. Some are meant for growth within the person experiencing them. Some are meant to fall away the moment you stop engaging with them. You will begin to feel the difference as this hour unfolds. The battles I've assigned you will bring strength, wisdom, and deeper dependence on me. They will stretch you, but they won't suffocate you. You will feel alignment in them, even in difficulty. But the battles I didn't assign you will drain you quickly. They will create anxiety, confusion, or emotional heaviness. They will shift your focus away from your calling and into constant crisis. They will steal time from your purpose, peace from your heart, and clarity from your mind. You will now begin to recognize these patterns with ease. As clarity rises, you will feel a release, subtle at first, then steadily growing. You will realize that stepping back is not abandonment, it is obedience. You will understand that surrendering certain battles is not weakness, it is wisdom. And you will learn that allowing me to fight for you is not passivity, it is alignment with truth. You are not meant to carry every burden, solve every problem, or absorb every storm. Your energy will return when you stop pouring it into wars I never called you to fight. And as this hour continues, you will feel strength rising where exhaustion once lived, because you are finally stepping into the battles that align with your identity, and stepping out of the battles that were never yours. Listen even deeper now, because what I am revealing next will free you from confusion, guilt, and years of misinterpreted pain. Many of the struggles that weighed you down were not signs of inadequacy or failure. They were symptoms of misplaced battles. You assumed the battles were evidence that something was wrong with you, but they were actually evidence that the battles were wrong for you. There is a difference. When you enter battles you were not meant to fight, you experience resistance that feels overwhelming, not because you are weak, but because the battle does not match your assignment. When you force yourself into spaces I never called you to, every step feels heavier than it should. You end up fighting against currents designed to redirect you, not defeat you. This hour will reveal that many of the struggles you faced were not failures. They were warnings. You will begin to see the patterns more clearly now. There were times when you entered emotional battles on behalf of others, hoping to carry their healing on your shoulders. But healing is not transferred through effort. It is birthed through surrender. You took on mental battles rooted in expectations that came from people who did not understand your purpose. You fought financial battles that were the result of trying to sustain things I was asking you to release. You fought internal battles that grew from lies you believed about yourself, lies I am dismantling in this very moment. These struggles were not punishments. They were signals. Signals that you were misaligned. Signals that your spirit was stretched too thin. Signals that you were carrying loads designed to be placed at my feet, not on your back. As this hour continues, you will recognize the difference between struggles that refine you and struggles that deplete you. Refining struggles deepen your character. Depleting struggles drain your identity. Refining struggles bring clarity. Depleting struggles create confusion. Refining struggles produce humility and wisdom. Depleting struggles generate shame and self-doubt. Once you see the difference, your heart will shift. You will no longer internalize every hardship as a reflection of inadequacy. Instead, you will discern whether the battle belongs to you at all. This realization will liberate you from unnecessary shame. You will no longer label yourself as too emotional, too sensitive, or too weak simply because you felt overwhelmed. You will begin understanding that you were overwhelmed because your spirit was trying to carry something that was never part of your design. When you release these battles, clarity will wash over you like calm water. You will feel lighter, not because life becomes easy, but because the weight you were never meant to hold is finally leaving your hands. You will grow stronger in this hour, not by fighting harder, but by fighting wiser. You will stop pouring your energy into conflicts that do not lead to growth. You will start investing your strength into the areas that produce purpose. And you will discover that many of the struggles you once agonized over begin dissolving, not because the circumstances changed, but because you stepped out of the wrong battlefield and into the one designed for your destiny. Listen closely now, because what I am bringing into your awareness at this point is not merely relief from exhaustion, but a deeper rest that touches the core of who you are. You have lived in a state of inner tension for so long that rest began to feel like a luxury rather than a necessity. You assumed rest meant inactivity, but what your spirit hath been yearning for is not the absence of movement. It is the absence of unnecessary battles. When you finally understand which struggles were never yours to fight, something significant shifts within you. Your spirit loosens its grip on fear. Your mind stops rehearsing scenarios that drain your strength, and your emotions begin releasing unrest you didn't even realize had settled in you. This revelation opens the door for the kind of rest that doesn't simply refresh your body. It restores your inner world. It reaches into the places where your thoughts have been racing, where your heart has been burdened, and where your identity has been strained. I am not offering you temporary comfort. I am offering you rest that rebuilds you from the inside out. You have experienced moments of physical stillness, yet your mind continued to battle. You laid down to sleep, but your spirit stayed awake, fighting invisible wars. You tried to relax, but the weight of unassigned battles followed you everywhere you went. This is why the revelation that certain struggles were never meant for you becomes such a powerful turning point. When you see the truth, your spirit finally recognizes the permission to release what was never yours. And as you release it, rest begins to rise. Deep rest, rest that breathes healing into places where you carried heaviness for years without questioning it. Rest that nurtures your clarity, steadies your thoughts, and realigns your emotions with truth rather than fear. This rest is not fragile. It is not shallow. It is not momentary. Be so level. You will feel this rest slowly reclaim spaces inside you that were once occupied by anxiety. Your inner world will feel spacious, as if something has lifted off of you that you can't quite describe at first. You will sense an internal quiet that once felt unreachable. You may notice your reactions softening, your thoughts slowing, and your heart becoming more receptive to truth. You will feel grounded in ways you haven't felt in years. This rest will make room for healing, for clarity, for emotional stability, and for a renewed sense of identity. Rest is not a pause in your journey. It is preparation for the next steps. When your soul rests, your purpose sharpens. When your spirit rests, your discernment heightens. When your emotions rest, your decisions improve. I am guiding you into this rest because the next season of your life requires strength that cannot be built on exhaustion. You cannot carry new assignments with a worn-out spirit. You cannot walk into growth when the weight of unnecessary battles is still gripping you. This rest will refill what life drained. It will recalibrate what pressure distorted. It will nourish what struggle weakened. And as this rest settles over you, you will begin to trust again. Not because everything becomes easy, but because you finally feel supported from within. The rest I bring you now is not passive. It is powerful. It is the quiet force that strengthens your foundation so the next steps of your journey can be taken with steadiness and peace. This is the rest that only revelation can create, and it is the rest I am placing within you now. Listen to me with tenderness, because what I am about to reveal touches the most sensitive areas of your heart, the places you tried to hide even from yourself. There are wounds within you that have shaped your reactions, your fears, your decisions, and your self-perception far more than you ever realized. Some of these wounds formed in moments when you felt alone or misunderstood. Others formed through words spoken carelessly over your life. Some were carved by betrayal, disappointment, loss, or abandonment. And some formed quietly, through years of being strong when you were secretly tired, or through moments where you numbed your own pain because you didn't believe you had the space or support to feel it. These wounds did not disappear simply because you buried them. They influenced you from beneath the surface. They colored your relationships, fueled your insecurities, dictated your boundaries, and shaped the way you interpreted the world around you. In this hour, I am bringing these wounds into the light, not to overwhelm you, but to heal you. You have coped with these wounds in ways that made sense at the time. You distracted yourself. You stayed busy. You focused on helping others. You told yourself the past was irrelevant. You convinced yourself you were fine. But buried pain does not dissolve. It grows roots. It creates subtle emotional patterns that feel like personality traits, when in reality they are survival mechanisms. The avoidance, the overthinking, the emotional withdrawal, the fear of being misunderstood, the tension that rises when you feel vulnerable. These responses were not born from who you are. They were born from wounds you learned to protect. And the reason I am uncovering them now is because the next stage of your growth cannot flourish on top of unhealed places. This process may start with a thought, a memory, a feeling, or a sudden awareness that something inside you is shifting. You may feel emotion surface without warning, sadness, grief, anger, confusion, or even relief. These emotions are not signs of regression. They are signs of excavation. Like a gentle physician, I am bringing to the surface what needs attention. I do not expose wounds to shame you. I expose them to heal them. And healing begins the moment honesty touches the places where denial once lived. These wounds have been influencing your life long enough. They are ready to be transformed. You will begin to notice how healing starts subtly. You will gain clarity that helps you see why you reacted the way you did in certain situations. You will recognize emotional triggers that once felt confusing. You will understand why certain people or environments felt unsafe. And with understanding comes compassion. Compassion for the version of you who survived those seasons without the tools you needed. Healing is not about blaming yourself for bearing the wounds. It is about acknowledging that you were doing the best you could with what you had. But now you have more than survival. You have truth, clarity, strength, and my presence guiding the process. As these wounds surface, do not turn away. I am with you in every memory, every emotion, every moment of vulnerability. I am not asking you to relive the pain. I am helping you release it. And when healing begins, the parts of you that were once closed will open again. Your heart will regain sensitivity without fear. Your identity will strengthen. Your spirit will breathe. And you will realize that what once hurt you no longer controls you. This hour of uncovering is not a burden. It is the beginning of freedom you have longed for without knowing how to reach it. Listen with openness now, because what I am revealing next may bring emotion to the surface, yet every part of it is wrapped in compassion. When I draw hidden wounds into the light, I do not do so to shame you or remind you of the moments you wish you could forget. I uncover what was buried because healing requires visibility. A hidden wound continues to bleed even if you pretend it doesn't. A buried wound still shapes your reactions even when you convince yourself you've moved on. When I bring these wounds into your awareness, it is not to make you relive pain. It is to free you from the invisible chains that pain has forged around your heart. You spent years believing that avoiding certain memories, suppressing certain emotion, or ignoring certain patterns meant you were strong. But strength is not found in suppressing pain. Strength is found in allowing me to touch the places you felt too broken to acknowledge. You did not bury these wounds out of pride. Most of them were buried because you had no safe place to bring them. You were overwhelmed at the time they occurred. You lacked support. You lacked clarity. You lacked permission to feel. Some of your most deeply rooted wounds were created during seasons when silence felt safer than honesty. You feared that acknowledging the hurt would undo you. You feared that speaking the truth would cost you something you weren't ready to lose. So you buried what was too heavy to hold, believing that time alone would heal it. But time does not heal what truth does not reach. And now, in this hour, truth is reaching the places you protected for so long, not to reopen them, but to repair them. As I touch these wounds, you may feel emotions rising, unexpected tears, sudden heaviness, or memories you haven't visited in years. These responses are not indicators of weakness. They are signs that healing has finally begun. Healing is not quiet. It is movement. It is your spirit releasing the weight of pain you carried alone. It is your heart allowing itself to feel again without running from the discomfort. You are not breaking down. You are breaking open. And breaking open allows me to reach the places that once felt unreachable. Pain that had no outlet now has a path to release. Hurt that had no voice now has a place to speak. This is the beginning of restoration. I want you to understand something sacred. I would never expose what I do not intend to heal. Everything coming up now has purpose. Every emotion surfacing has meaning. Every memory being revisited has healing woven into it. I am not watching from a distance. I am with you in every layer, every revelation, every tear, every breath. I am touching the exact places where shame used to live, where fear tried to claim ownership, where lies once built their foundation. And with every touch, I am dissolving the power those wounds held over your identity, your confidence, your relationships, and your future. You are not being undone. You are being rebuilt. And healing will unfold in ways that give you back pieces of yourself you didn't realize had been lost. Prepare your heart, because what you are about to experience will feel different from anything you've recognized in recent seasons. My nearness is coming upon you in a way that is gentle yet undeniable, subtle yet unmistakably present. You may not hear thunder or see dramatic signs, but you will feel something shifting inside you. An internal warmth, a clarity, a settling, a quiet reassurance that you cannot explain through logic alone. My nearness is not always loud. Often it arrives like breath on the surface of your spirit, like a soft stirring in the deepest parts of you that have long felt tired or disconnected. I am drawing closer now not because you have done everything right, but because you are finally ready to receive the closeness you've been longing for without knowing how to reach for it. You spent seasons wondering if you were distant from me, if you had somehow stepped too far away, or if I had pulled back from you during your most confusing moments. In reality, I was near all along, closer than your breath, closer than your thoughts, but your spirit was weighed down by wounds, distractions, noise, and unassigned battles. These weights made it harder for you to sense what was always present. Now that burdens are lifting, patterns are breaking, revelations are unfolding, and wounds are being touched with healing, your spirit is opening again. My nearness will no longer feel filtered through pain or anxiety. It will come into direct contact with your heart, your thoughts, and your emotions. You may sense my nearness while you sit alone, when your mind suddenly becomes quiet. You may feel it when a thought arrives that brings peace instead of fear. You may feel it when memories arise and no longer sting the way they did. You may feel it as a strength returning to places that once felt depleted. My nearness restores. My nearness steadies. My nearness strengthens. You will feel supported in ways you can't explain. Decisions that once felt heavy will feel lighter. Emotions that once swung wildly will feel calmer. Your inner world will begin aligning with truth effortlessly, as if peace itself is breathing into you. Do not be surprised if you feel a gentle conviction, a soft nudge, or an unexpected sense of clarity. These are not signs of distance, they are signs of presence. My nearness speaks not to overwhelm you, but to guide you. And as you sense me drawing closer, you will realize that the distance you once felt was never the absence of my presence. It was the noise surrounding your heart. Now that the noise is fading, you can finally perceive what has been here all along. In this hour, my nearness will become your anchor. Not a feeling, not a fleeting moment, but a steady truth that holds you even when your circumstances shift. You will sense me walking beside you, whispering to your spirit, lifting your mindset, and calming your heart. And once you taste this nearness again, you will wonder how you ever lived without recognizing it. Listen closely now, because what I am about to describe may feel unfamiliar at first. Yet it is the very thing your soul has been waiting for. In this next hour, you will feel an internal rearranging, a quiet but undeniable shifting in the deepest parts of your being. This is not chaos. This is alignment. I am reordering your inner world in ways that may surprise you, because some of the thoughts, expectations, emotional patterns, and beliefs you once considered permanent are about to loosen their grip. You may sense old fears suddenly losing their authority, or familiar insecurities beginning to feel foreign. You might notice desires that once dominated your heart starting to fade, replaced by new longings that feel purer, steadier, and more aligned with who you are becoming. This shifting is not an emotional reaction. It is spiritual restructuring. I am moving internal pieces into their rightful place, healing what was fragmented, strengthening what was weak, and dissolving what was never meant to define you. It may feel strange at first, almost like you no longer fit inside the emotional patterns you once lived in, because in truth, you don't. You are outgrowing what once contained you. There will be moments where you feel your priorities changing in ways you didn't plan. What once felt urgent may lose its importance, and what you once overlooked may suddenly feel essential. Passions that had faded might reawaken, while certain attachments begin losing their emotional hold. This is not instability. This is transformation. I am removing emotional clutter that clouded your vision. I am dismantling false identities built on old wounds. I am clearing the debris of years of inner conflict so that clarity can finally flow freely through you. You may even feel a soft detachment from things that once triggered you. The same words, situations, or memories that once stirred anxiety or anger will begin to feel less heavy. This is evidence that healing is beginning to settle into the spaces where pain used to reside. I am not taking anything from you that was meant to stay. I am only moving out what blocked your ability to grow, to see, and to receive. As this inner reordering happens, do not fear the discomfort that may accompany it. When furniture in a room is rearranged, it feels unfamiliar until your mind adapts to the new layout. Your inner world is the same. Familiar emotional landscapes are shifting, not to confuse you, but to align you. Old patterns that you once depended on for survival will no longer feel necessary, because you are no longer living in the seasons that created them. You may feel a longing for clarity as the shifting takes place, but in time, you will realize that clarity is exactly what I am making room for. The parts of you that were scattered are coming together. The parts of you that were numb are waking up. The parts of you that were weighed down are being lifted. And as your inner world becomes reordered, peace will settle where chaos once lived. Truth will anchor where confusion once ruled, and identity will strengthen where insecurity once lingered. This is the beginning of inner stability so deep that circumstances will no longer have the power to shake you like they once did. Listen carefully, because what comes next will restore something you thought you lost. My voice has never been absent from your life, but life's noise, wounds, and overwhelming seasons made it difficult for you to distinguish my guidance from your own thoughts, your anxieties, or the expectations of others. You questioned whether you can trust what you sensed. You wondered if you were misinterpreting me. You feared taking the wrong step, so you hesitated, overthought, or stayed stuck in uncertainty. But in this next hour, clarity will begin returning to you. Not because you will suddenly become perfect at discernment, but because I am going to teach your spirit to recognize my voice again, gently, consistently, unmistakably. My voice is not something you have to strain for. It is not hidden. It is not cryptic. It is not designed to confuse you. My voice is steady, calm, and peace-giving. It does not shame, pressure, or punish. And the moment you feel those tones, you will know they are not from me. I am teaching you now to recognize the difference. You will begin to notice subtle impressions, quiet nudges that feel like clarity rising, rather than fear tightening. When I speak, you will feel a sense of rightness, even if the instruction is challenging. My voice brings direction, not panic. It brings alignment, not chaos. It brings conviction, not condemnation. You may feel my guidance in your thoughts, or in a sudden shift of understanding, or in the way a moment feels illuminated with truth. Sometimes my voice comes as peace that contradicts your situation. Sometimes it comes as discomfort that nudges you away from something not meant for you. Sometimes it comes as strength you didn't know you had. You will learn to recognize these movements not as random feelings, but as communication. The confusion that once clouded your discernment will begin to fade as your inner world quiets and becomes more aligned. As this happens, fear will loosen its grip. You will no longer feel terrified of making mistakes. You will stop believing that one wrong choice will ruin everything. My guidance is not fragile. You are not walking a tightrope. You are walking with me. When you move in the wrong direction, I redirect. When you hesitate, I reassure. When you feel lost, I shine light on the next step. Discernment grows through relationship, not pressure. And now that your heart is healing, now that distractions are lifting, now that emotional noise is fading, you will begin to recognize my voice with a clarity that feels like coming home. In this hour, you will no longer feel distant from my guidance. You will sense me in the stillness, in the insights, in the peace, in the gentle conviction that lifts rather than crushes. You will begin trusting what you feel, not because you trust yourself completely, but because you trust that I am leading you faithfully. And as this recognition strengthens, decision-making will no longer feel frightening. You will move with confidence, not because you know every detail, but because you finally know when it is me speaking to you. Listen deeply now, because this next revelation reaches into the most sacred part of your journey, the place where you've longed to hear me clearly, but found yourself tangled in confusion, doubt, and conflicting impressions. There have been voices in your life, internal, external, emotional, and circumstantial, that disguised themselves as guidance, when in reality they were fear, pressure, past wounds, or the influence of others wearing the tone of authority they never truly had. These voices imitated clarity but brought anxiety. They imitated conviction but brought shame. They imitated wisdom but left you feeling smaller, weaker, or more uncertain. They masqueraded as direction but ultimately pulled you away from peace. In this next hour, I am going to strip these voices of their power, not through fury but through truth. When truth rises, false voices lose their grip. You will begin to sense a separation inside you, where fear once blended with intuition. The lines will become clear. Where past winds once echoed as warnings, their sound will fade. Where the expectations of others once shaped your decisions, you will feel those ties weaken. Some of these false voices were born from moments when you were hurt, and your mind created protective narratives that felt like certainty. But self-protection is not my voice. It may have kept you safe for a time, but it cannot guide your purpose. Other voices develop through years of criticism, comparison, or unstable environments where you learn to anticipate disappointment or rejection. These voices trained you to doubt yourself, to assume the worst, or to expect failure. But these voices never carried truth. They carried residue from experiences that tried to reshape you. Still others came from people who meant well but projected their fears or limitations onto your journey. And though you absorbed their concerns, their words were never meant to become your compass. As this hour continues, you will begin distinguishing these voices with clarity you've never had before. You will notice how fear always rushes you, presses you, or overwhelms you, while my voice steadies you. You will recognize that guilt manipulates while my guidance invites. You will see that shame belittles while my truth restores. You will understand that pressure demands perfection, while my presence calms your spirit. And with each distinction, the false voices will lose their influence. Your predictions will lose their power. Your narratives will lose their authority. You will no longer confuse emotional urgency for divine instruction. You will no longer confuse fear-based caution for wisdom. You will no longer confuse someone else's doubts for your own discernment. This is a detoxification of your spiritual hearing, a cleansing of the internal noise that once blurred your direction. And as these false voices fade, you will begin to feel your inner world clearing, as if fog is lifting from your spirit. You will feel lighter in your decisions, steadier in your choices, and more confident in your next steps. This clarity will not make you arrogant. It will make you secure. It will not make you reckless. It will make you grounded. Because once the false voices lose their power, you will finally be able to hear what has been here all along, my voice, steady and unmistakably yours to follow. Listen carefully, because what I am unraveling next will free you from one of the most subtle forms of confusion you've battled: mistaking avoidance for peace. There have been moments when you walked away from opportunities, conversations, decisions, or changes because you felt a sense of relief, and you assumed that relief was peace. But relief is not peace. Relief often comes from escape, from postponing discomfort, from sidestepping vulnerability, or from avoiding what challenges you. It is temporary. It dissolves quickly. It quiets the moment but complicates the future. Peace, on the other hand, settles you. It angers you. It strengthens you. Peace may accompany difficult decisions, but it does not depend on them being easy. Peace remains even when obedience stretches you. Peace endures even when truth confronts you. In this next hour, I am teaching you how to distinguish the difference, because you have missed doors disguised as discomfort and stayed in places disguised as calm. Avoidance often feels like safety because it removes you from pressure immediately. It stops the escalation of fear. It silences external demands. But internally, avoidance leaves you unresolved. Your thoughts keep circling, your emotions stay unsettled, and your spirit feels stuck. Peace, however, doesn't silence the mind through suppression. It quiets it through alignment. Avoidance says, "Not now. I can't handle it." Peace says, "Even if this is hard, I am steady." Avoidance hides. Peace stands. Avoidance shrinks. Peace expands. And although avoidance mimics tranquility in the moment, it eventually leads to stagnation, anxiety, and regret. Peace leads to clarity, courage, movement, and growth. As this distinction becomes clear within you, you will start recognizing patterns you once missed. You will see how often you avoided conflict because it felt easier in the moment, even though peace would have come from addressing the truth. You will notice how you turned away from opportunities because they intimidated you, even though real peace would have met you on the other side of the challenge. You will see how you stayed silent when your heart needed expression, mistaking emotional suppression for spiritual maturity. You will recognize that what you thought was keeping the peace was actually avoiding discomfort, and it left your spirit carrying unspoken burdens. This new discernment will give you freedom. You will feel your decisions becoming more aligned with courage rather than fear. You will recognize when your instincts are guided by wisdom rather than self-protection. And when you sense true peace, you will know it. Not because it feels comfortable, but because it feels right. It strengthens you instead of shrinking you. It opens your heart instead of closing it. It brings clarity instead of confusion. It leaves you standing taller, breathing deeper, and thinking more clearly. This hour is about strengthening your discernment, so that you no longer retreat from the things meant to grow you or cling to the things meant to challenge you into movement. I am teaching you how peace feels in your spirit, so that when it arrives, you will recognize it not as absence of pressure, but as alignment with truth. And once you learn this difference, avoidance will lose its power over your decisions, and you will begin stepping into the life you were always meant to rise into. Listen with intention now, because what I am revealing in this moment will lift years of confusion from your heart. You have often struggled to distinguish between my warnings and your own worries, and this has caused you to fear decisions that were never dangerous and ignore guidance that was meant to protect you. Worry speaks loudly, quickly, and without clarity. It fills your mind with images of worst-case scenarios and pressures you into panic or paralysis. Worry comes from fear of loss, fear of failure, fear of rejection, fear of making the wrong move. My warnings, however, come from truth. They arrive with calm, even if the message feels serious. They are steady, not frantic. They do not overwhelm. They enlighten. They bring direction, not dread. They illuminate the path ahead, even if the illumination is only enough for one step. You have mistaken worry for wisdom in the past because worry feels urgent, and urgency tricks the heart into believing it must act. But my warnings never emerge from emotional chaos. They come from a place of love, clarity, and protection. You will begin to notice this distinction in the coming hour. When a thought arises that presses you, suffocates you, or demands immediate action without giving understanding, that is worry. Worry punishes. Worry destabilizes. Worry burdens you with responsibility for things you cannot control. My warnings do the opposite. They steady your spirit, helping you recognize danger without feeling consumed by. My warning might come as a strong nudge, a discomfort that signals misalignment, or a quiet resistance in your spirit. But even when the message is firm, it carries peace, not panic. My warnings invite awareness. Your worries provoke fear. My warnings whisper direction. Your worries shout confusion. When you feel the difference, you will stop interpreting anxiety as intuition and stop assuming fear as discernment. This clarity will change the way you navigate your life. You will no longer feel immobilized by every what-if that passes through your mind. You will stop giving authority to your imagination's worst conclusions. You will recognize when your emotions are trying to control your decisions and when I am guiding you with intention. And as this clarity strengthens, you will notice that your spirit becomes more confident, because you will no longer be trapped in the exhausting cycle of analyzing every impression, fearing every instinct, or doubting every direction. You will trust me more deeply because you will finally understand how I speak. You will trust yourself more freely because you will sense when your internal world is reacting from fear or responding from truth. And once you see the difference between my warning and your worry, fear will lose the ability to disguise itself as wisdom. Your decisions will gain strength. Your steps will gain confidence. And your heart will step out of the shadows where worry once controlled your perception of my guidance. Listen even closer now, because what I am about to reveal touches one of the most subtle traps your heart has fallen into. Moments when fear put on the costume of discernment and convinced you it was wisdom. Fear is clever. It does not always appear as panic or trembling. Sometimes it disguises itself as caution, practicality, or just being careful. It whispers limitations in a tone that sounds responsible. It convinces you that stepping forward is reckless, that vulnerability is dangerous, that honesty will cost you more than silence, and that faith is too risky to trust. And because fear can speak in a voice that resembles logic, you believed it. You assumed your hesitation was discernment when it was actually self-protection shaped by old wounds. You assumed your reluctance was spiritual insight when it was emotional residue from disappointments you never fully healed. This hour will reveal the difference, and once you see it, you will no longer allow fear to masquerade as intelligence. Discernment is rooted in clarity, while fear is rooted in avoidance. Discernment guides you toward decisions that align with truth. Fear guides you away from anything that stretches you. Discernment gives you confidence even when the path feels uncomfortable. Fear gives you anxiety even when the path is right. Discernment provides insight. Fear provides excuses. Discernment is steady. Fear is shaky. When you understand this contrast, something profound will shift inside you. You will stop labeling fear as wisdom, and you will begin recognizing when your spirit is shrinking instead of sensing. You will realize how many decisions you postponed because fear convinced you it was not the right time. How many opportunities you missed because fear said you weren't ready. How many relationships remained shallow because fear taught you to withdraw instead of trust. Fear disguised as discernment kept you small while convincing you that staying small was prudent. But as this revelation unfolds, you will begin to feel a new strength rising within you, a a strength that allows you to confront fear instead of obeying it. You will sense when fear tries to influence your thoughts. You will feel the difference between hesitation that comes from intuition and hesitation that comes from insecurity. You will know when your caution is healthy and when it is a shield built from past pain. This awareness will empower you in ways you have never experienced. You will become bold, not reckless, wise, not timid, discerning, not fearful. You will move into opportunities with confidence because you will know your steps are guided by truth rather than limited by trauma. And once fear is exposed for what it is, it loses the ability to control your future. You will step forward with clarity. You will speak with certainty. You will choose with strength. And you will realize that what once felt like discernment was often your heart trying to protect itself from wounds I am now healing. As fear loses its disguise, your discernment will sharpen, your confidence will rise, and your spirit will walk in the freedom that comes from finally knowing the difference between caution and calling. Listen carefully, because what I am revealing next reaches deeper than the surface fears you've tried to manage or push through. The fears you battle are not random. They have roots, and those roots have been quietly shaping your reactions, your decisions, your expectations, and even the way you see yourself. You've tried to fight fear by dealing with the symptoms, the anxiety, the hesitation, the overthinking, the urge to withdraw. But fear cannot be defeated from the surface. It must be understood at its core. In this next hour, I am bringing the roots of those fears into the light, not to overwhelm you, but to free you. Some of your fears are rooted in moments where your trust was broken. Others come from seasons where you felt alone, unheard, or unprotected. Some grew from failure, disappointment, or rejection you never allowed yourself to fully acknowledge. And some were planted by experiences that convinced you that you were too fragile, too flawed, or too unprepared to move boldly into your future. These roots were not your fault, but they have been shaping you, and it is time for them to lose their authority. You will begin to notice subtle shifts as these roots rise into your awareness. Memories may surface that make you pause. Emotions you thought were long gone may rise without warning. This is not regression. It is revelation. I am showing you where the fear began so you can finally understand why it has been so persistent. Fear rooted in childhood wounds feels different from fear rooted in betrayal. Fear rooted in loss feels different from fear rooted in shame. Fear rooted in lack of love feels different from fear rooted in lack of guidance. When you understand the root, fear loses its mystery. And when fear loses its mystery, it loses its power. You will no longer feel trapped under emotions you cannot explain. You will no longer feel controlled by reactions that never made sense to you. You will begin to see that your fear was never evidence of weakness. It was evidence of wounds that deserved healing. As this revelation deepens, you will feel a new compassion for yourself. You will realize that many decisions you judged yourself for were shaped by fear you didn't know how to articulate. You will see how often you protected yourself because no one taught you how to trust safely. You will understand why certain opportunities scared you, why certain conversations felt threatening, why certain risks felt impossible, and why certain changes felt overwhelming. This understanding will not make you feel ashamed. It will make you feel seen. And being seen will give you permission to release the fear, because you will finally recognize that it was never part of your identity. It was a reaction to pain. I am exposing these roots so you can rise without them. I am not leaving you to face them alone. I am going to walk with you through every layer, every memory, every emotion. And as healing begins to loosen the roots of fear, courage will rise naturally within you. Not forced, not fabricated, not rehearsed. Real courage, the kind that grows when fear no longer defines you. And once the roots are exposed, Fear will no longer control your future, your decisions, your relationships, or your identity. You will move with clarity. You will move with strength. You will move with purpose, because you will finally understand where your fear came from and where it ends. Listen closely again, because this next revelation is not meant to weigh you down. It is meant to explain why so much of your journey has felt heavier, harder, or more confusing than you could ever articulate. Many of the patterns you struggled with were not born from laziness or lack of discipline. They were born from unaddressed wounds. Many of your hesitations were not signs of indecisiveness. They were protective instincts created by past pain. Many of the relationships that drained you did so because you entered them with unhealed expectations. Many of your emotional reactions were not flaws. They were alarms your heart sounded when something touched a wound you never tended to. Your entire life has been shaped in ways you did not see, because the wounds remained hidden beneath survival, distraction, or self-blame. And now, in this unfolding hour, I am bringing clarity so you can finally recognize what shaped you and be free from it. There were moments that hurt you so deeply that you convinced yourself they were too small to matter. But the body remembers. The heart remembers. The mind remembers. When pain is ignored, it becomes instruction. It teaches you how to protect yourself, how to avoid risk, how to anticipate loss, how to silence your needs, how to hold back parts of yourself, how to lower your expectations, and how to shrink your dreams. You began living in ways that made sense for the wounded version of you, but not for the healed one you are becoming. Some of the habits you criticized yourself for were coping mechanisms. Some of the fears you thought were irrational were actually understandable responses to old wounds. Some of the insecurities you carried were reflections of moments where you were misunderstood or mishandled. And some of the limits you felt were not spiritual blockages. They were emotional bruises. But now, I am giving you vision that goes deeper than memory. You will begin to see how those wounds influenced your choices, from the opportunities you avoided to the people you trusted too quickly or too slowly, from the goals you abandoned to the situations you tolerated. This is not meant to make you regret your past. It is meant to help you understand it, because healing cannot happen without awareness. And once you understand the wound, you can finally reclaim the parts of yourself that were shaped by it. As this awareness rises, you will feel both tenderness and strength. Tenderness, because you will finally understand how much you carried without support. Strength, because you will realize how much you survived without breaking. You will stop blaming yourself for the patterns you couldn't fix. You will stop condemning yourself for the emotions you couldn't control. You will stop judging yourself for the moments you didn't understand. This understanding is the beginning of release. And as these unaddressed wounds come into the light, healing will begin restoring the parts of you that were shaped by them. You will become more whole, more steady, more open, and more capable of living the life that awaits you, one no longer built upon pain, but upon truth. Listen closely, because what I am about to unveil will help you understand yourself with a depth and tenderness you have never experienced before. The ways you adapted to pain were not failures. They were survival strategies created in moments when you had no other tools. You learned how to push through when you should have been comforted. You learned how to pretend you were strong because no one was there to hold your vulnerability. You learned how to stay silent when your heart needed expression. You learned how to accept less because the people around you never modeled what more looked like. You shaped your identity around what kept you safe, not what made you whole. And because these adaptations helped you survive difficult seasons, you kept them long after the danger was gone. But now, those same adaptations have become walls around your heart, boundaries around your potential, and filters that distort how you see yourself, others, and even me. In this hour, I am showing you these patterns, not to criticize you, but to free you from the instincts you formed in moments of pain. You adapted by becoming strong even when you were hurting. But true strength isn't found in shutting down emotions. It's found in knowing you don't have to face them alone. You adapted by anticipating disappointment so you wouldn't feel blindsided again. But that anticipation trained you to mistrust joy, stability, and connection. You adapted by shrinking your hopes to avoid the pain of unmet expectations, yet shrinking yourself ended up starving your spirit. You adapted by lowering your voice because the times you spoke your truth, you were dismissed or misunderstood. But lowering your voice taught you to silence desires that were meant to shape your destiny. You adapted by being overly independent, not because you wanted to be, but because you thought relying on anyone would lead to heartbreak. Yet independence without support leads to emotional exhaustion. None of these adaptations were choices. They were responses to pain, rooted in moments where you lacked protection, guidance, or understanding. Now that I am revealing these adaptations, you may feel vulnerable, even confused, because these patterns have felt like you for so long. But they were never your identity. They were shields. I kept you from breaking, but they also kept you from healing. And healing can only begin when you recognize the difference between who you became for survival and who you are becoming through transformation. You will feel me loosening the grip of these adaptations as truth rises within you. You will find yourself responding differently to situations that once triggered you. You will notice that you no longer need to shrink to feel safe, hide your emotions to feel in control, or lower your expectations to avoid disappointment. Healing will begin reclaiming the parts of you that pain forced into hiding. You will not lose yourself in this process. You will find yourself. You will discover the version of you that lived beneath the layers of survival, the you that was always there, waiting for the moment when pain no longer dictated your instincts. And as these adaptations release their hold, your life will no longer be shaped by what hurt you, but by what heals you. This is the turning point where survival ends and restoration begins. Lean into this moment, because what I am revealing now will dissolve some of the deepest misconceptions you've carried about yourself. You spent years believing that repeated cycles, emotional patterns, relationship dynamics, moments of self-doubt, periods of frustration, were evidence that something was wrong with you. You interpreted repetition as failure, as if the cycle itself proved you lacked strength, wisdom, discipline, or faith. But the truth is that repeated cycles do not form because you are broken. They form because something within you is unhealed. Cycles repeat themselves until they are understood. Wounds resurface until they are nurtured. Patterns reappear until the root is acknowledged. These cycles were never punishments. They were invitations. Invitations to slow down, look deeper, and recognize what your spirit has been trying to tell you for years. In this hour, I am bringing the reason behind those cycles into clear view, not to condemn you, but to release you. Every cycle had a story behind it. Cycles of choosing emotionally unavailable people came from wounds that taught you to settle for connections that didn't challenge your insecurities. Cycles of sabotaging opportunities came from fear of disappointment more than fear of failure. Cycles of withdrawing emotionally came from times when vulnerability led to being judged or dismissed. Cycles of overgiving came from seasons where you believed love had to be earned. Cycles of self-doubt came from voices, yours or someone else's, that convinced you questioning yourself was safer than trusting yourself. These cycles were not reflections of your character. They were reflections of your pain. You kept repeating them because your heart was trying to communicate something your mind didn't understand yet. Now that I am revealing the roots, the cycles will begin to lose their power. Awareness breaks patterns more effectively than discipline. Understanding dismantles habits more effectively than willpower. And healing changes your responses in ways you could never force yourself into. As you unravel the truth behind these cycles, you will feel a shift inside you. You will no longer judge yourself for what once confused you. You will no longer assume the worst about your own nature. You will no longer feel trapped in loops that made you question your worth. You will realize that what repeated did so because it needed attention, not because you lacked strength. With this clarity, the cycles will begin to break naturally. You will make choices from healing instead of fear. You will see red flags you once overlooked. You will set boundaries you once avoided. You will pursue opportunities you once ran from. You will trust yourself in ways you never dared. And the cycles that once felt unbreakable will begin dissolving because the wounds that created them are finally being touched with truth. This hour marks the beginning of a new pattern, one shaped not by pain, but by awareness, healing, and transformation. You are stepping into a future no longer dictated by what repeated, but by what is now being restored within you. Listen closely, because what I am about to uncover will touch one of the most misunderstood parts of your journey. You have lived many years expecting less than what you truly desired, not because you lacked faith, and not because you lacked worth, but because your heart learned to protect itself by shrinking its expectations. This wasn't a conscious decision. It was an emotional adaptation built in the moments when disappointment cut deeply, when promises were broken, when people failed to show up, and when life didn't unfold the way you hoped. Your heart learned that expecting less meant hurting less. And though this strategy shielded you from immediate pain, it also quietly taught you to distrust possibility, to suppress desire, and to treat hope like a risk rather than a gift. Now, in this hour, I am revealing this pattern so that you can finally break free from the mindset that small expectations are safer. Because small expectations do not come from wisdom, they come from wounds. And wounds are not meant to define your relationship with the future. You may not have realized how deeply this affected you. It shaped the jobs you pursued, the relationships you accepted, the boundaries you allowed, the opportunities you passed on, and the dreams you tucked away. Every time you said, "It's fine," when it wasn't, your heart learned to settle. Every moment you convinced yourself that wanting more made you ungrateful, your heart learned to silence its desires. Every situation where you lowered your standards to keep peace, your heart learned that peace required self-abandonment. And every time you acted like you didn't care, when you cared deeply, your heart learned that expressing desire was dangerous. These lessons created a quiet, internal narrative that shaped your expectations. But these lessons did not come from truth. They came from moments where pain was louder than a hope. And now, I am rewriting that narrative. As I reveal how your expectations were shaped, you will begin recognizing the exact moments where you started believing that less was safer. You will see how your heart misinterpreted survival as wisdom. You will notice that wanting more does not make you demanding. It makes you alive. You will understand that disappointment didn't mean you were unworthy. It meant the people or circumstances around you were not aligned with your purpose. As this clarity settles, you will feel a gentle expansion inside you. Desire will no longer feel dangerous. Hope will no longer feel naive. Dreaming will no longer feel unrealistic. You will feel your heart begin to trust possibility again, not blindly but bravely. Expectations will grow from truth rather than fear, and your future will no longer be shaped by the instinct to stay small. This shift will not happen through force. It will happen because healing is reshaping your emotional memory. And as you heal, you will expect from life differently. You will ask boldly, pursue courageously, and receive openly. Because expecting more is not the result of pride. It is the result of being healed from the fear that once convinced you to settle. Listen with intention now, because what I am about to reveal will free you from years of misunderstanding that has affected how you see yourself, and even how you interpret my voice. You have been taught to value humility, and humility is indeed a beautiful, necessary posture. But along your journey, there were moments where humility became distorted, reshaped by pain and misinterpretation rather than truth. You learned a version of humility that asked you to shrink instead of shine. That version told you to silence yourself, minimize your gifts, and accept the bare minimum because wanting more felt selfish. It convinced you that confidence was arrogance, that boldness was pride, and that desiring anything good was somehow unspiritual. But that wasn't humility. It was emotional conditioning shaped by moments when being overlooked, dismissed, or undervalued became familiar. Humility rooted in pain is not humility. It is self-neglect disguised as virtue. True humility is not about shrinking. It is about seeing yourself accurately. It is knowing your strengths without arrogance and acknowledging your weaknesses without shame. It is recognizing that your life has purpose, your voice has value, and your presence carries weight, not because you are flawless, but because you are created with intention. Humility does not tell you to hide your light. Humility teaches you to shine your light without believing it makes anyone else dim. But the version of humility you learned from pain taught you to make yourself small so others wouldn't feel threatened, so you wouldn't be judged, so you wouldn't be rejected, or so you wouldn't draw attention that felt unsafe. That version didn't teach humility, it taught survival. In this hour, I am untangling those two versions inside you. You will begin to sense the difference between the humility that nurtures your spirit and the humility that suffocates it. The humility that comes from truth will feel grounding, empowering, clarifying. A humility that comes from pain will feel constricting, silencing, minimizing. You will start recognizing when you are holding back, not because you're humble, but because you're afraid. You will see how often you lowered your standards, not because it was noble, but because you feared rejection. You will understand how you dimmed your strengths, not because you didn't want to boast, but because you were taught your gifts were too much. This distinction will awaken your spirit. As clarity rises, your posture will change. You will walk differently, not with pride, but with presence. You will speak differently, not to impress, but to express truth. You will make decisions differently, not to avoid attention, but to honor your purpose. And you will relate to me differently, not as someone trying to earn worth through humility, but as someone who finally understands their worth through truth. Humility will become freedom, not confinement. It will become alignment, not suppression. It will become strength, not self-erasure. And once you taste true humility, the kind that brings peace, confidence, and clarity, you will never again confuse it with the version that pain taught you to call holy. Listen closely now, because what I am about to reveal reaches into one of the deepest patterns your heart formed, one that shaped your relationships, choices, boundaries, and even the way you valued yourself. There have been many moments when you believed that loving others meant sacrificing parts of yourself. Not sacrifices born from generosity, but sacrifices born from fear. Fear of being left, fear of being misunderstood, fear of disappointing someone, fear of being seen as too much or not enough. You adapted by making yourself smaller so others would feel more comfortable. You adapted by carrying burdens that were never meant to be yours so others wouldn't collapse. You adapted by saying yes when your spirit whispered no. You adapted by absorbing emotions that others refused to handle. You adapted by giving more than you had, calling it love, even though it was costing you pieces of yourself. But what you learned was not love. It was self-abandonment, wrapped in the language of compassion. And I am showing you this now so you never mistake one for the other again. True love does not require you to disappear. True love does not silence your needs, your voice, or your emotions. True love does not demand constant sacrifice without reciprocity. True love does not glorify endurance of mistreatment. True love does not force you to betray your own heart in order to keep someone else comfortable. But the experiences that shaped you, the moments when connection felt fragile, when affection felt conditional, when attention felt unstable, taught you that love survives only when you minimize yourself. Those lessons were formed in environments where your feelings were not considered, your boundaries were not honored, where your worth was not reflected back to you. So you began to offer a version of yourself that felt safe, a version that needed less, asked for less, expected less. That was not a flaw in you. It was a response to environments that never knew how to hold the fullness of who you were. In this hour, I am untangling this belief system from the inside out. You will begin to notice moments where your spirit hesitates before speaking the truth, where your heart shrinks in the presence of someone else's expectations, where your instinct is to placate rather than express. These are signals, not shame. They show you where old patterns were still trying to keep you safe. As clarity rises, you will feel your confidence strengthening, not in arrogance, but in authenticity. You will realize that your needs are not burdens, your boundaries are not selfish, and your voice is not too loud. You will see that love built on self-erasure is not love. It is fear wearing the mask of connection. As you step into this understanding, your relationships will transform. Some connections will deepen because they can finally meet the real you. Others will fade because they were dependent on your silence, not your presence. You will no longer feel responsible for managing others' emotions at the cost of your own well-being. You will love from a place of fullness rather than depletion. And most importantly, you will begin loving yourself without apology, not in defiance, but in alignment with truth. Because the healed version of you will no longer confuse losing yourself with loving others. And that shift will shape the rest of your life. Listen even deeper now, because this next revelation will lift a weight you've carried for far too long, one you never should have borne. You have spent much of your life feeling responsible for the emotions, reactions, and stability of others. Whenever someone around you struggled, you felt compelled to fix it. Whenever someone became distant or upset, you blamed yourself. Whenever someone projected their wounds onto you, you assumed it was your fault for not doing more, being better, or anticipating their needs sooner. This constant internalizing did not come from truth. It came from environments where you were taught, directly or indirectly, that your worth depended on how well you kept others from falling apart. You learned to interpret other people's moods as reflections of your value. You learned to absorb their frustration, carry their disappointment, and cushion their instability. But their brokenness was never your responsibility, and it never will be. You internalized their chaos because your heart is sensitive. You internalized their pain because your spirit is empathetic. You internalized their distance because you feared abandonment. You internalized their criticism because your identity was still forming in the presence of unstable voices. But none of these instincts came from truth. They came from survival. You stepped into emotional roles you were never meant to fill. You became the mediator, the peacekeeper, the stabilizer, the one who held everything together, not because it was your calling, but because the alternative felt terrifying, the possibility of being blamed, rejected, or unloved. Those fears shaped your sense of responsibility, binding you to burdens that were never yours. In this hour, I am removing these false responsibilities from your shoulders. You will begin to see the clear difference between empathy and absorption, between compassion and rescue, between support and self-sacrifice. You will recognize that you cannot heal wounds you did not cause. You cannot prevent storms inside hearts that refuse to face their own truth. You cannot be the anchor for someone who has no intention of grounding themselves. You can walk beside others. You can love them. You can pray for them. But you are not responsible for carrying their brokenness. Their healing is their journey, not your assignment. This revelation will bring freedom, but it will also bring clarity. You will notice when someone's reaction has nothing to do with you. You will feel the emotional distance between their pain and your identity. You will stop absorbing negativity as if it were your fault. You will begin to say, "This is not mine," without guilt. You will allow others to face their own reflections, even if it means they feel uncomfortable. Love does not mean shielding people from their responsibility. It means supporting them without losing yourself in the process. As this truth settles, you will feel your spirit becoming lighter. Your mind will quiet. Your emotions will stabilize. You will no longer interpret every shift in someone else's mood as a sign that you have failed. You will step out of the exhausting role of emotional caretaker and step into the role you were truly created for, one grounded in truth, love, strength, and freedom. And for the first time in a long time, your heart will feel the difference between caring someone and caring for them. The difference will set you free. Listen with your whole heart, because what I am uncovering next will soften the harshness with which you've judged yourself for years. There are behaviors, reactions, habits, and emotional patterns you labeled as flaws, things you criticized yourself for, apologized for, or worked tirelessly to fix, when in reality, they were defenses your heart constructed to keep you safe. You saw them as evidence of something wrong with you, but they were actually shields forged during seasons when you didn't have the support, protection, or understanding you needed. That impatience you hate. It formed when your needs were consistently dismissed, teaching you to expect disappointment. That emotional withdrawal you feel ashamed of. It was the only way you knew to protect yourself when connection felt dangerous. That mistrust you blamed yourself for. It grew in environments where honesty was inconsistent and motives were unclear. That overthinking you punish yourself for. It was your mind's attempt to create safety in uncertainty. You didn't wake up one day and decide to carry these traits. They were shaped through moments of pain, confusion, and survival. And now I am revealing this truth so that shame loses its hold on you. You have long tried to correct these defenses without understanding their origins. You tried to force yourself to trust when your heart wasn't healed. You tried to be open when vulnerability still felt risky. You tried to be calm when unprocessed fear was running beneath the surface. You tried to be confident when past criticism still echoed inside you. But forcing change without healing the root creates frustration, not transformation. And that frustration only made you judge yourself more harshly. Yet in truth, every defense you built had a story. You created boundaries before you knew how to articulate needs. You learned to anticipate problems because unpredictability once hurt you. You learned to suppress emotions because expressing them led to rejection. You learned to detach because staying present felt overwhelming. You learned to please others because conflict felt unsafe. These defenses weren't failures. They were strategies created by a younger, hurting version of you who was trying desperately to feel secure. And that version of you deserves compassion, not criticism. Now, as I bring this truth into your awareness, you will begin seeing yourself with new eyes. You will understand why certain patterns felt so impossible to break. You will feel tenderness toward the parts of yourself you once judged. You will stop calling yourself difficult, too much, not enough, or broken. You will begin to honor the resilience behind each defense, even as those defenses begin dissolving through healing. Because once you understand the purpose they serve, you no longer need to cling to them. As your wounds receive care, your heart will slowly stop relying on old survival mechanisms. Openness will feel safer. Vulnerability will feel less threatening. Trust will feel possible. And you will finally recognize that many of your so-called faults were not flaws in your character. They were scars protecting unhealed places. As healing continues, you will not lose yourself. You will find the version of you that existed before fear taught you how to survive. And that version is who you were always meant to become. Listen carefully, because this revelation will shift the way you see your progress, your pace, and your journey. You have apologized far too often for things that were never sins. They were processes. You apologized for needing time to heal. You apologized for changing. You apologized for outgrowing environments that no longer nourished you. You apologized for not being who people wanted you to be. You apologized for speaking boundaries, for expressing needs, for evolving, for having emotions, for being human. You even apologized for your silence in seasons when I intentionally quieted you. But healing is not something you must apologize for. Transformation is not something you owe an explanation for. Growth is not something you need permission for. Yet you learned to apologize because people around you were more comfortable with the version of you that stayed small, compliant, predictable, or easy to understand. The moment you began to shift, even in ways that were healthy, you felt guilty. And that guilt became a barrier between you and the freedom I've been building within you. The truth is this: the changes happening inside you are not mistakes. They are miracles. And miracles often unfold slowly, layer by layer, in ways that others may not understand. Some will misinterpret your transformation because they were familiar with your wounds but unfamiliar with your healing. Some will question your boundaries because they benefited from your lack of them. Some will resist your growth because it disrupts the comfort of the roles you used to play. But none of this means you should apologize. You are not responsible for making everyone comfortable with who you are becoming. You are responsible for stepping into the fullness that healing is creating within you. In this hour, you will feel me lifting the weight of unnecessary guilt from your shoulders. You will recognize how often you apologized for not being enough or being too much, when the real issue was that others could not match your capacity, your sensitivity, or your evolution. You will begin to sense a new confidence rising, not arrogance, but alignment. You will feel your voice strengthening, not to dominate, but to express truth. You will notice that peace begins to settle in when you stop apologizing for your process and start honoring it instead. Because every shift you've made, every boundary, every pause, every release, every step forward, has been part of a miracle I am still completing in you. You are not finished yet, and that is something to celebrate, not hide. You are unfolding, healing, clarifying, and becoming. You are shedding what was never yours and embracing what was always meant to be yours. And as you move into this next phase of transformation, you will no longer apologize for miracles in progress. You will walk with reverence for what is being rebuilt inside you, knowing that every part of your journey is sacred, even the parts that others misunderstand, because they are not the ones reshaping your heart. I am. Listen carefully now, because what I am exposing in this moment reaches into a very old pattern within you, one you adopted so early and so quietly that you barely noticed it forming. Somewhere along your journey, you learned that your voice was a threat to peace. You learned that your honesty could trigger conflict, your needs could create discomfort, your emotions could cause tension, and your truth could provoke reactions you didn't feel safe enough to handle. So instead of speaking, you softened yourself. You lowered your tone. You withheld your opinions. You swallowed your hurt. You convinced yourself that silence was the more loving choice, the more mature choice, the more responsible choice, But the silence that protected others slowly suffocated you. Peace built on your silence was not peace. It was suppression. And the weight of that suppression has settled deeply into your spirit. You were not wronged for wanting harmony, but the harmony you protected came at the cost of your emotional safety. Because every time you silenced yourself to avoid conflict, you disrupted the alignment between your inner truth and your outer expression. You created an internal split, a version of you that held everything in, and a version of you the world saw. The more you silenced yourself, the heavier that divide became. And the more that divide grew, the more disconnected you felt from your own identity. You questioned yourself, doubted your perceptions, minimized your pain, and ultimately learned to distrust your inner voice. This is why, even now, you sometimes struggle to recognize your own needs or to articulate your true desires. The pattern became so familiar that it blended into your sense of self. In this hour, I am showing you how deeply this silence has shaped your soul, not to shame you, but to help you reclaim what was lost. You will begin to notice moments where your instinct is to shrink, even when truth is rising inside you. You will notice how your body tightens when you anticipate someone's disapproval. You will notice how your heart hesitates when you feel the urge to express something meaningful. These hesitations are not flaws. They are echoes of the environments that taught you your voice was dangerous. But I am breaking that belief now. Your voice is not destructive. Your truth is not a weapon. Your emotions are not threats. The peace you preserve by silencing yourself is fragile and short-lived. The peace you create by speaking truth, kindly, clearly, courageously, is lasting and liberating. As this revelation settles within you, you will feel strength rising where fear once lived. You will begin to speak without trembling inside. You will express needs without apologizing. You will share your heart without rehearsing. Your voice will grow, not in volume, but in confidence. And as your voice returns, your identity will return with it. You will no longer shrink to maintain peace that costs you your wholeness. You will become someone who brings peace without abandoning yourself, and that shift alone will heal wounds you have carried for far too long. Lean into this moment with courage, because what I am revealing next is both powerful and deeply personal. As healing transforms your inner world, as your voice strengthens, your expectations rise, your boundaries form, and your identity stabilizes, you will feel the tension between who you once were and who you are becoming. This tension is not danger, it is transition. Your old fears will be startled by the strength emerging in you. The patterns that once controlled you will feel threatened. The doubts that once dictated your decisions will resist their fading influence. The insecurity that once kept you quiet will tremble at the sound of your true voice. But understand this, the discomfort you may feel is not evidence that something is wrong. It is proof that something long overdue is shifting. Your healing is beginning to terrify the fears that used to hold you hostage. You may sense moments where your old instincts try to rise up, urges to shrink, urges to please, urges to anticipate rejection, urges to revert to silence. These reactions are familiar, but they are no longer aligned with the future you are walking into. Your fears will try to convince you that you are changing too quickly, that you're becoming too much, that people won't understand, or that speaking your truth will cost you something essential. But these fears are not prophecies. They are the final rise of patterns that no longer have authority over your life. They are echoes, not warnings, and they will fade as you continue stepping into the person healing is shaping you into. This new version of you, the healed version, the grounded version, the aligned version, will liberate your future in ways you cannot yet imagine. You will make decisions not from fear, but from confidence. You will build relationships based on truth, not survival. You will pursue opportunities with clarity rather than hesitation. You will set boundaries without guilt. You will trust your intuition without second-guessing. You will love without losing yourself. You will live with a sense of freedom that once felt impossible. And most importantly, you will feel connected to yourself in a way you have not felt in years. Your future is not waiting for perfection, it is waiting for authenticity. And authenticity is finally emerging within you. As this transformation progresses, the gap between your old fears and your new identity will widen. This gap is not instability, it is growth. You are stepping into a version of yourself that your past never prepared you for, but your destiny always required. Your fears may tremble, but your spirit is rising. And the rising within you is not temporary. It is the unfolding of who you were always meant to become. Listen with depth now, because what I am about to reveal will bring clarity to seasons of discomfort you could never fully explain. You have been trying to fit into environments, relationships, communities, expectations, and emotional spaces that were designed for a version of you that no longer exists. Your spirit has been expanding, healing, awakening, and strengthening, yet parts of your life have remained built around the wounded, silent, compliant, or fearful version of who you once were. The tension you've been feeling is not failure, it is growth. It is the friction that happens when your identity outgrows the walls around it. You have wondered why you feel restless in familiar places, why old conversations drain you, why certain habits no longer comfort you, why old dynamics feel suffocating, and why settings that once made you feel safe now make you feel confined. It is because your healing is stretching you, and your old environments cannot stretch with you. There are places where you learned to hide your voice, and now your voice is returning. Those places can no longer hold you. There are relationships where you learned to accept the bare minimum because you didn't believe you deserved more. Now you know your worth, and that knowing is creating internal resistance. There are roles you played that required you to stay small, agreeable, predictable, and self-sacrificing. Those roles are collapsing because they were built on your old wounds, not your restored identity. And there are routines you created to manage your pain that now feel meaningless, because pain is no longer the architect of your life. As your inner world shifts, your outer world can no longer stay the same. That discomfort is not a sign that you are losing your way. It is a sign that you are stepping into it. In this hour, I am helping you see these old environments with clarity you did not have before. Some environments will change with you. Others will resist your growth. Some people will rise to meet the healed version of you. Others will cling to the comfort of your wounded past. Some atmospheres will expand to accommodate your transformation. Others will push against it because your growth disrupts their familiarity. Do not interpret this pushback as rejection. It is redirection. You were never meant to remain in places where your spirit must shrink to fit in. You were designed for environments where your healing is celebrated, your voice is honored, your growth is supported, and your identity is understood. As this awareness deepens, you will feel a shift in how you move. You will stop forcing yourself into spaces that cannot hold your becoming. You will stop explaining your growth to those committed to misunderstanding it. You will stop apologizing for outgrowing dynamics that were only sustainable when you were hurting. And you will begin walking with a new confidence, one that is not arrogant, but aligned. Because you will finally recognize that your healing is not the problem. It is the reason the old cannot contain you. And as you step into the environments meant for who you are becoming, your future will unfold with a freedom you have never experienced before. Lean into this next revelation with openness, because it touches the tender places of your heart, places where loyalty, love, memory, and disappointment intertwine. There are people in your life you cared for deeply, invested in wholeheartedly, and carried emotionally for years. Some walked beside you through pain. Others shaped your early journey. Some reflected parts of your identity you once clung to. And some stayed connected only because you continued to bend, adapt, or diminish yourself to preserve the bond. But now, as you transition into the next season of your growth, you will begin to feel a quiet separation, an emotional distancing that feels confusing, heavy, or even painful. The separation is not punishment. It is preparation. Not everyone can walk with you into the future you are stepping into because your healing has shifted the foundation of the relationships you once maintained. You are no longer the version of yourself who needed their validation. You no longer depend on the approval you once chased. You no longer tolerate the treatment you once accepted. You no longer silence yourself to avoid conflict. You no longer shrink to keep the connection intact. And as your identity expands, your standards naturally rise, not because you are demanding, but because you are healed. Some people were attached to the version of you who didn't know your worth. Some depended on the version of you who overgave without being asked. Some bonded with the version of you who lacked clarity, boundaries, or self-advocacy. Healing changes the dynamics because healing changes you. And when you change, relationships built on your wounds begin to weaken. This hour will reveal who can rise with you and who cannot. Some relationships will deepen, maturing alongside your growth. Others will fade, not because anyone is wrong, but because the connection served its purpose in a previous season. Still others will resist your evolution, trying to pull you back into patterns you've outgrown. But you must understand, you are not responsible for shrinking to preserve relationships that cannot withstand your growth. You are responsible for honoring the truth of who you are becoming. Do not fear this relational shedding. It is not abandonment. It is alignment. It is not loss. It is protection. It is not rejection. It is redirection. Every person who cannot walk with you into the next season is being released so that your future can be filled with relationships that match your healed identity. You are not walking away from people. You are walking toward the version of yourself I have been shaping all along. And as you step into the next chapter, you will discover that the people meant for your future will not be threatened by your voice, your boundaries, your confidence, or your healing. They will celebrate it. They will be drawn to it. They will grow with you. Because the next season of your life requires relationships that reflect your worth, not relationships that survive on your silence. Listen with attentive honesty now, because what I am revealing touches the very reason you have felt such deep restlessness whenever you try to go back to old habits, old relationships, old roles, or old versions of yourself. That restlessness you feel is not confusion. It is a signal. It is your spirit recognizing misalignment. It is the wisdom within you discerning that the places you once fit can no longer hold the size of who you are becoming. And although part of you longs for the familiarity of what you once knew, the comfort of old rhythms, the predictability of old patterns, the ease of slipping into old ways, something inside you tightens each time you attempt to return. The timing is not good. It is protection. It is your healing refusing to let you shrink. It is your inner strength rising against a future that no longer aligns with your past. And I am allowing you to feel this restlessness not to frustrate you, but to guide you. Because if you stayed comfortable in the old, you would never step into the new. You may have noticed this restlessness showing up unexpectedly. The conversations you once tolerated now drain you. The dynamics you once normalized now feel unsettling. The silence you once used to protect yourself now feels suffocating. The compromises you once made without hesitation now feel like violations of your identity. The patterns that once felt familiar now feel foreign, as if your spirit is whispering, "This is no longer who you are." And even when you try to justify going back, even when you tell yourself, maybe I was wrong, maybe I'm asking for too much, maybe it was easier before, the deeper part of you refuses to settle. Because healing has heightened your awareness. Growth has sharpened your standards. Transformation has increased your sensitivity to truth. You are no longer blind to what harms you, nor numb to what diminishes you. In this hour, I want you to understand the sacred purpose behind your restlessness. It is not a flaw in your journey, it is confirmation. It shows that your spirit has expanded beyond what once held you. It reveals that your identity has shifted so deeply that the old cannot anchor you anymore. You are not meant to return to versions of yourself built on silence, survival, or self-abandonment. You are not meant to go back to emotional frameworks created in moments of fear. You are not meant to fit into spaces that were constructed around your unhealed wounds. Your restlessness is the internal compass pointing forward, urging you to trust what is calling you, even when you cannot fully see where it leads. Allow this restlessness to guide you instead of guilt you. Let it remind you that you have changed in ways that deserve honor, not explanation. Let it speak to you about the life awaiting you on the other side of courage. Because the places you've outgrown are not losing you, you are releasing them. And your restlessness is the sign that your future is already pulling you toward what will nourish your healed, whole, awakened self. You are not being uprooted, you are being repositioned. And the next season of your journey will make sense of the discomfort you feel right now. Listen even deeper now, because the next revelation marks a turning point in your inner life, one that will require tremendous courage, but will bring clarity, stability, and freedom you've waited years to experience. The next season of your journey cannot be built on silence, avoidance, or half-truths. It cannot be shaped by politely minimizing your needs, sugarcoating your pain, pretending you are unbothered, or downplaying your desires. Those strategies once protected you. They kept the peace, preserved relationships, and shielded you from rejection. But they also kept you disconnected from your own truth. And the future you're stepping into demands honesty, not the harsh, destructive kind, but the kind that aligns your inner world with your outer life. The kind that lets your heart and your voice walk in the same direction. The kind that frees you instead of silencing you. You have spent years learning how to understand others, how to comfort them, how to make room for their emotions, how to anticipate their needs, but you have not always had the space to express your own truth with the same depth. You softened statements to avoid hurting feelings. You hid your disappointment to keep connections stable. You swallowed questions that needed answers. You settled for less than you desired because asking for more felt risky. You held back your opinions because your experience taught you that honesty could lead to conflict you weren't equipped to face. But healing is strengthening you, your voice, your confidence, your awareness. And in this new strength, honesty will no longer feel like danger. It will feel like alignment. In this hour, I am inviting you to a level of self-honesty that will reshape everything. You will begin to admit what you truly feel instead of what feels acceptable. You will recognize the desires you suppressed and bring them to the forefront instead of hiding them in the shadows of your heart. You will acknowledge when someone's behavior wounds you instead of pretending it didn't. You will admit when you need help, when you need space, when you need clarity, when you need change, without apologizing. You will confront the moments when your silence protected others but harmed you. And as you embrace this honesty, your relationships will transform. Some will deepen because truth creates real intimacy. Others will reveal their limits because only people capable of truth can walk with you into this next chapter. Dishonesty will not isolate you. It will protect you. It will not make you difficult. It will make you clear. It will not push the right people away. It will filter out the ones who are not meant for the healed version of you. And as you walk in this level of honesty, your future will begin aligning with truth rather than fear, with purpose rather than obligation, with authenticity rather than survival. This next season requires your voice, your clarity, your strength, and your truth. And as you step forward in honesty, you will realize that the life waiting for you was always meant to be lived fully, and only truth can lead you there. Listen with full presence now, because this revelation reaches into a place inside you that has gone unnamed for far too long. Throughout your life, you carried an invisible weight, the fear of disappointing others. It shaped your choices, your tone, your boundaries, your sacrifices, and even the way you interpreted your own worth. You feared letting others down, because somewhere along your journey, love, acceptance, and approval became tied to performance. You learned that if you disappointed someone, their affection might withdraw, their presence might shift, their tone might harden, their expectations might turn into judgment. So you built your sense of safety around staying agreeable, responsible, dependable, and emotionally low maintenance. You learned to prioritize others' comfort over your own well-being, and with time, your loyalty to their needs grew stronger than your loyalty to your own truth. But this fear did not appear out of nowhere. It was shaped in you by environments that rewarded self-neglect and punished authenticity. You often believed that choosing yourself was selfish, even when choosing others meant losing parts of yourself. You stayed silent when honesty was needed because silence felt safer. You overextended yourself because rest felt like failure. You forgave too quickly because conflict felt threatening. You accepted mistreatment because standing up for yourself felt like inviting rejection. You became the one who absorbed the emotional storms of others, believing that if you could keep everyone stable, you would finally feel secure. But the cost was heavy, because in protecting others from disappointment, you allowed pieces of your identity to fracture quietly beneath the surface. In this hour, I am showing you why this fear once felt so powerful, so that it can release you instead of controlling you. You feared disappointing others because your heart is tender, and you never wanted to cause pain. But you also feared it because you internalized a false belief that your worth depended on how well you met expectations. I am dismantling that lie now. Your worth is not tied to the roles you play. Your value is not tied to how much you give. Your identity is not shaped by how others respond to you. And disappointing someone, by speaking truth, choosing boundaries, honoring your needs, or refusing to be mistreated, does not make you unloving. It makes you whole. As this truth unfolds, you will notice a shift inside you. You will begin to recognize when you are shrinking out of fear rather than compassion. You will feel the difference between sacrifice and self-sabotage. You will understand when your generosity is coming from love and when it is coming from anxiety. And slowly, you will stop abandoning yourself to preserve relationships that do not honor your growth. You will learn that disappointing someone is not a disaster. It is sometimes necessary for your soul's alignment. And as you step forward with this clarity, your fear will begin to dissolve, not because you care less, but because you finally understand that honoring yourself is not a betrayal of others. It is the foundation upon which true, healthy love can finally grow. Listen even deeper now, because what I am about to reveal will transform the way you relate to yourself, and, in turn, the way you relate to your entire life. When you begin to honor yourself, not in pride, not in defensiveness, but in truth, you will activate a healing that reaches into places your mind has forgotten but your heart still remembers. There are wounds you assumed had already healed simply because time passed. A time did not heal what truth had untouched. And for years, you protected everyone else's feelings with more devotion than you protected your own heart. That imbalance created wounds. Wounds that never had space to close because you kept stretching yourself into shapes that were unsustainable. You remained loyal to emotional dynamics that drained you. You tolerated behaviors that diminished you. You let yourself be the strong one, the understanding one, the patient one, even in moments where you deserved support, clarity, and compassion. But now, as you begin honoring yourself, healing will rise in ways that may surprise you. Honoring yourself means acknowledging your pain instead of brushing it aside. It means listening to your needs instead of suppressing them. It means allowing yourself to rest, to feel, to speak, to question, to say no, to walk away, to choose differently. It means valuing your well-being enough to stop offering your soul to situations that refuse to honor your presence. And when you begin doing this consistently, your spirit will respond, because self-honor is a form of restoration. It tells your wounded places, you are worthy of protection. It tells your tired heart, you deserve gentleness. It tells your inner child, you are finally safe. Healing will not always feel like softness. Sometimes it will feel like clarity that startles you. Sometimes it will feel like courage you didn't know you had. Sometimes it will feel like grief for the years you spent abandoning yourself to keep others comfortable. But grief is not regression. It is release. It clears space for your future to settle into your spirit without competing with old beliefs that no longer serve you. As you honor yourself, you will begin to form boundaries that protect your peace instead of isolating you. You will feel your confidence rising, not as a performance, but as truth. You will see your value clearly, not through the lens of insecurity, but through clarity. Relationships will shift, some will strengthen, some will fade, and some will reveal their true nature. But through it all, you will discover a profound sense of emotional alignment, because your inner and outer worlds will no longer contradict each other. This is the season where self-honor becomes the gateway to deeper healing, greater wisdom, healthier love, and a future built on truth rather than survival. And as you continue to honor yourself, every part of your life will begin to heal in ways you once believed were impossible. Listen carefully now, because what I am revealing reaches into the unspoken chambers of your heart. There is grief inside you, quiet, buried, disguised as strength, that you never allowed yourself to acknowledge. This grief formed in the spaces where you pushed through instead of falling apart, where you stayed composed instead of letting yourself break, where you minimized your losses because you believed others had it worse, or because you didn't think your pain was big enough to matter. But every loss you carried, every disappointment you swallowed, every goodbye you never voiced, every version of yourself you shed, every dream that dissolved before it had a chance to grow, even those moments left residue on your spirit. And though you moved forward, the unexpressed grief remained, shaping your reactions, tightening your chest, shadowing your joy, and creating emotional fatigue you never understood. You thought you were tired because you lacked strength, but you were tired because you never allowed your heart to release what it was never meant to hold alone. You've grieved silently, relationships that shifted, opportunities that never came, seasons that ended abruptly, people you poured into who could not reciprocate, parts of your identity that faded when you outgrew environments where you once belonged. You grieved the moments you weren't chosen, the moments you weren't understood, the moments you weren't protected, the moments you weren't seen. But because you learned early on to be strong, responsible, reliable, and okay, you numbed the grief instead of processing it. You wiped your own tears quickly so no one would see. You talked yourself out of your own feelings. You forced yourself back into functionality when your heart needed rest. You told yourself to move on before you ever allowed yourself to feel. And in doing so, grief settled quietly beneath the surface, waiting for the day you would finally allow truth to touch it. In this hour, I am bringing this silent grief into the light, not to overwhelm you, but to heal you. When grief is acknowledged, it loses its grip. When pain is named, it loosens its hold. And when your heart is given space to feel, it becomes capable of releasing what has weighed it down for years. As you begin noticing this grief, you will feel waves of emotion rising, unexpected sadness, sudden heaviness, memories returning with new clarity. This is not regression. This is release. This is your heart saying, I can finally breathe. You are not falling apart. You are letting go. And as you let go, strength will return to you in ways you've never experienced, because it will no longer be built on repression, but on truth. Your joy will deepen because it is no longer competing with buried sorrow. Your peace will strengthen because it is no longer sitting on top of unresolved pain. Your clarity will sharpen because nothing will be clouding your emotional landscape. And your heart will feel lighter because it will no longer be carrying grief that was never meant to be endured in silence. This is the beginning of emotional restoration, and as you allow these feelings to move through you, you will finally experience the freedom that comes from letting your heart be honest. Listen even deeper now, because this next revelation is crucial. You have avoided facing certain griefs because you feared that acknowledging them would undo you, that if you ever truly let yourself feel the full weight of your pain, you would collapse, or lose control, or never recover. This fear convinced you that staying numb was safer than being honest with yourself. But the truth is that grief does not break you when you face it. It frees you. What breaks you is carrying grief alone, hiding it, burying it, pretending it isn't there. Avoidance is what drains your strength. Suppression is what exhausts your spirit. Denial is what keeps your heart tense and your mind restless. When you finally allow yourself to feel, you are not inviting destruction. You are inviting healing. You are opening the door to a peace that cannot take root in a heart that is still holding unspoken sorrow. This next season of your healing will require courage, the courage to acknowledge what you lost, what hurt you, what changed you, and what shaped you. Not to relive the pain, but to release it. You may notice moments where tears rise unexpectedly, or memories surface with new clarity, or emotions you thought were gone begin to move again. This is your heart unfreezing. This is your soul thawing from years of emotional winter. You are not breaking. You are melting. And what melts can be reshaped, restored, renewed. You will not drown in these emotions. You will learn to breathe with them. You will not be consumed by sorrow. You will integrate it into wisdom. You will not lose yourself. You will rediscover the parts of you that grief once silenced. As this process unfolds, peace will begin to enter you in ways that feel almost foreign. Quiet, steady, whisper soft at first, but expanding with each moment you choose honesty over suppression. You will feel lighter, because you are no longer carrying emotions that were never meant to be stored indefinitely. You will feel clearer, because your spirit will not be clouded by unresolved memories. You will feel more grounded, because acceptance anchors you in truth. And you will feel more whole, because every piece of you, past, present, broken, healed, will finally have permission to exist without judgment. This peace does not come from pretending everything is fine. It comes from finally acknowledging the parts of your story that hurt. It comes from giving yourself the compassion you offer so freely to others. It comes from embracing the truth that healing requires honesty, not perfection. And as this peace fills you, it will prepare you for the next chapter of your life, one where you are not shaped by unspoken pain, but by clarity, strength, and emotional freedom. Facing your grief will not break you. It will open your spirit. It will steady your heart, and it will lead you into a level of peace you never believed your soul could hold. Listen closely now, because what I am revealing touches the part of you that has been waiting the longest, the part that has held back tears, swallowed emotions, and carried burdens silently because you never felt you had a safe place to let them out. Throughout your life, you learned to hold everything together. You learned to smile when you were hurting, stay steady when your world was shaking, and keep functioning even when your heart felt heavy. People looked to you for strength, for answers, for stability, and because of that, you rarely allowed yourself to break in front of anyone. Even in moments when you longed for comfort, silence felt safer. You told yourself, "I'll deal with it later," but later never came. Your heart learned to store weight instead of releasing it, learned to cope instead of heal, learned to endure instead of process. And over time, caring became your identity, not because you were meant to carry everything, but because you didn't feel you had a safe place to set anything down. But what you didn't see was how this emotional storage shaped your inner world. You became tired not because you lacked strength, but because you were functioning under the weight of unexpressed emotion. You felt disconnected at times, not because you didn't care, but because your heart was overwhelmed. You struggled to feel joy, not because joy was absent, but because grief and pressure were taking up the space joy needed to breathe. And even now, when you sense emotions rising, you instinctively push them down out of habit, because your heart learned long ago that releasing emotion could lead to misunderstandings, judgment, or vulnerability you were not ready to face. That instinct protected you in the past, but now it is keeping you from the healing your future requires. In this hour, I am revealing that your heart has not been hesitant to heal. It has simply been waiting to feel safe. Healing does not happen where judgment is present. Release does not happen where shame is expected. Vulnerability does not happen where wounds have been dismissed. Your heart has been waiting for a space where it could come undone without fear, where it could unravel without punishment, where it could express pain without feeling dramatic, weak, or inconvenient. And now, as I shine this light into the deepest parts of you, the safety your heart has longed for begins to form. This is the moment where your inner walls soften, not because you are forced to let go, but because you finally feel supported enough to. You will begin to notice subtle shifts within yourself. Moments where you feel the urge to cry, but this time you won't swallow it. Moments where a memory rises, and instead of pushing it away, you lean into it. Moments where you feel anger, sadness, disappointment, or longing, and instead of telling yourself to move on, you finally allow yourself to feel. This is not weakness. It is your heart exhaling after years of holding its breath. And as you release what has been stored for so long, you will notice your spirit becoming lighter, your mind becoming clearer, and your inner world becoming more peaceful. Your heart is finally finding a safe place to heal, and this alone will begin transforming you from the inside out. Listen deeply now, because what comes next is one of the most sacred transformations your spirit will ever experience. For years, your heart has not only carried weight, it has carried mistrust. Not mistrust of others, but mistrust of you. Your heart learned not to reveal its deepest pain because every time it tried, you pushed it aside to stay functional, to avoid conflict, to remain strong, or simply because you didn't have the emotional space to deal with what was rising. Each time you said, "Not now," your heart learned to hide. Each time you numbed your feelings, your heart learned to retreat. Each time you forced yourself to keep going when you needed rest, your heart learned that its voice did not matter. And though you survived through those seasons, a quiet disconnect formed between you and your own inner world. Your heart learned to protect itself by withholding emotion, because it did not trust that you would handle it with gentleness. But now, as you allow yourself to feel, to grieve, to process, and to release, something sacred begins to happen. The trust between you and your own heart begins to repair. Your heart starts recognizing that you are finally listening. It begins sensing that you are no longer pushing it away. It notices that you are honoring your limits instead of ignoring them, acknowledging your emotions instead of denying them, and creating space for healing instead of forcing yourself to be okay. And with every moment of honesty, every tear you allow, every truth you admit, every boundary you establish, your heart softens. It begins to trust that you will not abandon it again. It begins to feel safe enough to reveal emotions that have been buried for years. It begins to share pieces of your story that you have never processed. This is where real healing begins, not when pain is ignored, but when the heart knows it is finally allowed to speak. As your heart regains trust in you, you will notice changes you didn't expect. You will sense emotions rising gently instead of exploding. You will no longer fear your own feelings. You will feel more connected, more present, more aware. Decisions will become clearer because your emotions will no longer be buried beneath layers of suppression. Your relationships will transform because you will finally show up fully instead of partially. You will stop abandoning yourself for the comfort of others. You will stop silencing yourself for the sake of peace. You will begin choosing what is true instead of what is easy. And the confidence that grows from this internal trust will be unlike anything you felt before. It will be quiet, steady, grounded, and unshakable. Your heart is ready to trust you again. And as you continue releasing what you once buried, the trust will grow stronger. You will feel whole because every part of you, your mind, your emotions, your spirit, your history, will finally be aligned. This is the restoration your soul has been waiting for. Listen closely now, because what I am about to reveal will shift the way you see your own strength, not the strength people praise you for, but the strength you built in silence, the strength that hardened inside you because you had no other choice. For so long, you believed that emotional strength meant enduring without breaking, pushing through without resting, handling everything without asking for help. You believed that strength meant composure, resilience, self-sufficiency, and silence. And because people admired this version of you, because they praised your ability to hold everything together, you unconsciously accepted the belief that needing support made you weak. But what people called strength was often survival. What they congratulated you for was not flourishing, it was functioning under emotional pressure that no one saw. Your strength was not formed through empowerment. It was formed through necessity. You carried heavy things not because you were designed for them, but because no one stepped in to lighten the load. There were seasons when you had no shoulder to lean on, when your questions went unanswered, when your pain went unnoticed, when your tears were swallowed instead of seen, when your needs were overshadowed by the needs of others. You learned to solve your problems alone because vulnerability wasn't safe. You learned to comfort yourself because comfort wasn't available. You learned to mature quickly because life demanded what your environment could not provide. And without realizing it, you built a life where you became your own protector, your own emotional anchor, your own source of strength. But while this independence helped you survive, it also trained your heart to believe that you must never show weakness, never reach out, never slow down, never fall apart. And that belief, unquestioned for years, became a quiet prison inside you. In this hour, I am showing you the truth. Emotional strength is not measured by how much pain you can absorb in silence. True strength is measured by how aligned you are with your own humanity, your needs, your limits, your vulnerabilities, your desires. True strength is the courage to acknowledge when you are tired, when you are hurting, when you need companionship, when you need comfort, when you need rest. True strength allows softness. True strength makes space for emotion instead of suppressing it. True strength seeks support instead of denying it. True strength honors the heart instead of ignoring its cries. You were never meant to carry life alone. You were never meant to be everyone's anchor while having none for yourself. You were never meant to mistake emotional endurance for emotional wellness. As this truth settles, you will feel your understanding of strength begin to shift. You will stop glorifying the parts of you that endured in silence. You will start honoring the parts of you that long for connection, rest, and release. You will recognize that reaching out is not weakness, it is wisdom. You will begin to let others in, little by little, allowing yourself to be supported in ways you never allowed before. And as you do, the strength you carry will change its form, not the brittle strength that forms under pressure, but the grounded strength that forms through healing, connection, and truth. Your emotional strength was never the problem. It was the loneliness attached to it that harmed you. But now, that loneliness is lifting, and your strength will begin to flourish in the way it was always meant to. Supported, seen, and shared. Listen even deeper now, because what comes next will dismantle one of the most painful lies you believed about yourself. Somewhere along your journey, someone, through their silence, their distance, their discomfort, or their inability to meet you emotionally, made you feel like your depth was a burden. They made you believe your emotions were excessive, your sensitivity was inconvenient, your intensity was overwhelming, your honesty was disruptive, or your desire for connection was asking for too much. And because you valued the relationship more than your own truth, you began shrinking yourself. You softened your emotions. You hid your depth. You dimmed your light. You lowered the volume of your heart. And slowly, you internalized the belief that something about you needed to be managed, toned down, or suppressed in order to be accepted. But the truth is this: you were never too much. Your emotions were not too big, others were simply too small in their capacity. Your sensitivity was not a flaw, it was a gift they could not understand. Your depth was not overwhelming, they were unprepared for the richness of your heart. Your intensity was not excessive, it was passion and honesty and clarity in a world that often remains guarded. The problem was never who you were, it was where you tried to offer yourself. You handed your depth to people who only knew how to swim in shallow water. You offered your heart to those who did not know how to hold it. You shared your spirit with those who had no intention of cherishing it. And instead of seeing their limitations, you turned their inability into a judgment against yourself. In this hour, I am revealing this truth so the weight of that lie can finally fall off your spirit. You were never the problem. You were never too emotional, too intense, too honest, too loving, too caring, too aware, too deep. You simply needed environments that knew how to honor the fullness of who you are. And now, as you heal, your spirit will begin to recognize the difference between people who misunderstand your depth and people who are capable of meeting it. You will no longer apologize for feeling deeply. You will no longer shrink your emotions to protect someone else's discomfort. You will no longer dim your passion to avoid intimidating those who are afraid of their own. You will stop trying to fit into emotional spaces that were never designed for the vastness of your heart. As this truth unfolds inside you, you will feel liberation rising, a freedom to be fully yourself without guilt, hesitation, or apology. You will begin to attract people who appreciate your depth, who value your honesty, who celebrate your sensitivity, who understand your heart instead of judging it. You will stop interpreting rejection as a reflection of your worth and begin seeing it as a sign of misalignment. And as you walk forward, you will carry this truth with you. The right hearts will never call you too much. They will call you a gift. You were never too much. You were simply more than the wrong people were prepared to hold. Listen with your whole being now, because what I am unveiling is the culmination of everything I have been preparing you for. Every layer healed, every lie removed, every fear confronted, every truth revealed. You have spent much of your life imagining the future with hesitation, caution, or quiet dread. You feared the unknown because the past taught you that change could bring pain, that loss could happen suddenly, that trust could collapse without warning, and that disappointment could follow hope like a shadow. You feared stepping forward because you were carrying the weight of old memories, old wounds, old patterns, and old expectations that whispered, "The future will hurt you the way the past did." But those fears were echoes, not prophecies. They were reflections of yesterday, not revelations of tomorrow. And now, as you stand on the edge of a new chapter, I am revealing the truth your heart has long needed to hear. The future you feared is nothing like the past you survived. The future unfolding before you is the future you were born for. You are stepping into a season of life where healing will influence your decisions more than fear has ever influenced them before. You are stepping into a season where your boundaries aren't reactions, they are wisdom. Where your voice isn't trembling, it is steady. Where your heart isn't avoiding connection, it is discerning. Where your mind isn't battling old narratives, it is aligned with truth. You are not entering this next season as the wounded version of yourself. You are entering it as the restored version, the awakened version, the strengthened version. And because of that, the future that once felt intimidating will soon feel purposeful, expansive, and full of possibility. You are not walking into uncertainty, you are stepping into alignment. The future I am leading you toward is not fragile, it is fortified. It is not built on survival, it is built on wholeness. It is not shaped by fear, it is shaped by clarity and truth. You will no longer choose relationships out of loneliness, you will choose them out of wisdom. You will no longer pursue opportunities out of desperation, you will pursue them out of confidence. You will no longer settle for less because of insecurity, you will seek what honors you. You will no longer silence your needs, you will speak them. You will no longer repeat old cycles, you will create new patterns that reflect the healed version of who you are. The future ahead of you is not something to brace for, it is something to welcome. And as this truth rises within you, your relationship with the unknown will begin to shift. Instead of imagining everything that could go wrong, you will feel anticipation for what could finally go right. Instead of assuming you are unprepared, you will recognize how every season, every struggle, every tear, every moment of endurance has prepared you perfectly for where you are going next. Instead of shrinking, you will expand. Instead of protecting yourself from possibilities, you will step toward them. Instead of fearing change, you will partner with it. This is the hour where fear loses its influence. This is the hour where the past loses its authority. This is the hour where you stop expecting loss and start expecting growth. This is the hour where you recognize that you are not the same person who once felt fragile, uncertain, or afraid. The future you feared is not coming for you. The future you were born for is. And as you step into it, fully, boldly, honestly, you will discover that everything you once prayed for, waited for, hoped for, and longed for has been preparing a place for you. Your future is not a threat. It is your inheritance, and you are ready for it. Amen.